Hi, my name is Nazir Ahmed. I am 23 years old from St. Paul, and I encountered ICE. I was detained, or let me rephrase it as I was kidnapped by ICE. I was kidnapped from ICE from my home. They came here, right there where I'm pointing at, and they came here. We're following two men. And while they were following two men, they came and stopped at this exact area near the office. And when they stopped by the office, I was walking towards that area, and I got caught in the middle of what was going on. I gave them my ID. I did whatever I was supposed to do by their orders. He used racial language, profound racial language towards me. And so that racial language there felt very targeted. It was a word that many know of that is used towards black people. And I am a black person. I am a black person of Somali descent.
Yeah.
And that word is a very distressing word to hear, especially in this day, time, and age where ICE is going around terrorizing citizens and going around targeting people, targeting specific people.
So they were kind of like surrounding you or asking you for papers.
Hello, everyone. I'm so sad. My name is T. Omar, and I was arrested 3 days ago, and ICE, they brutalized me, and they hit me in the head right there in the car, hit in the head. Oh no, I'm so sad. And then they called me a stupid nigger, and they drove me around, and then they arrest me. They drove me around, and then in the car, they said, "You are under arrest for being a nigger," and I did not know what I did wrong. And then they drove me around for hours. They shackled me. Hold on, my big tooth is falling. And then they put me in a jail cell with shackles on my legs. And then all of a sudden, they just let me go. And they say no why. They tell me no reason. They just let me go. And then they hit me in the head again. And I just don't know why.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever this video finds you, welcome to Tix. I know. I know. Lately, when I come on, it's like I'm like Mount St. Helens. I just blow. I mean explosive. I just get it all out because it be so pent up. Because I be busy. I'm busy doing other things. That's why I don't do the show like this anymore. I'm busy doing other things, but I still keep my ear to the ground and everything. Yeah, see, you got the merch. Any rate, okay, well let's before we get into the big stuff, let's get into the social stuff. Of course, the big social thing is the Carmelo thing. And I mean, he did it, and his sentence was fair. As the Metcalf father was saying, like, this wasn't a racial thing. Like, nobody called anybody any racial slurs, anything. This was just, a troubled kid. Clearly he was a troubled kid. I mean, who walking around with a knife? He fighting in school. Doesn't matter what his grade point average is. Yeah, I mean, probably be a 4.0 if he wasn't getting suspended for like fighting. And do understand he got suspended for that very same night, like that Friday. He was suspended from school. People, they buried that out of the story. But if you go back to the original interviews and the story talking about it, the detailing it, like, yeah, like he wasn't even supposed to be there. Like, you're not supposed to be here. You're up under another team's tent. You're being asked to leave. You're being defiant. And then, the team captain walks up, because come to find out, like, people was like, well, why don't you go get the coach? Come to find out, he had the coach put him in charge for the day, because the coach was like, I'm going to be busy today. I'm leaving you in charge. Put up the tent, get everybody together. You know what I'm saying? Do what you do, because he was the team captain. That's his squad. It's like, I don't want to fight you at a track meet, dude. Just leave. Like, why won't you leave? Like, what's going on here? You keep asking him to leave. Dude, what's going on? Leave. Like, I mean, he came ready to fight. I mean, in all honesty, my theory is that because he got suspended that Friday from school with that knife, he was looking for a reason or an excuse as to why he's carrying it. Because, he already got the little goofy little guns in the middle finger up picture and everything. He trying to prove that he hard. He done got into a fight, and the dudes he probably got into a fight with was testing his mettle. And win, lose, or draw, it's never over. You don't just fight one time. Y'all fight at least 2 or 3 times. If you've ever been in a fight with somebody who's trying to test your mettle, or worse yet, over a girl, because he did have a girlfriend. Like, he in Texas too. His chick was Hispanic. Come on now. So he brought a knife to school to protect himself. But it had nothing to do with the Metcalfs. They didn't know that dude. They didn't know that dude from a hill of beans. That one dude that knew his girlfriend, that's how he knows Carmelo. He knows Carmelo's girlfriend. He's seen her around him before. So it's like, he just came right up to us, and it was another black dude. Personally, I think it just got out of hand for him. He didn't mean to kill him. He probably just meant to stab him, or just cut him. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, well, I was being bullied. You can run with that defense at home if all you did was just cut him. That's a convenient excuse. Like, but it's not. If you're being bullied, it's not by them. They don't know you. This is their first time ever meeting you. You walked past 2 other tents and went to theirs. Why? And refused to leave. Why? Yeah, because you had to pick a fight. You had to pick a fight. Unfortunately, you killed him. You killed him. I mean, this is really the only reason I can try to fathom. I mean, remember, we were all 17 once. Why else at 17 would you be carrying a knife in one of them in a safe community? You know what I'm saying? You all the way out there. You out there with the white folks. You're in a safe community. Don't know how the hell you're. I kind of see now how your dad, was listed as a car salesman, I now see how he was able to afford for y'all to live in that area, unless y'all lived in the poor side of that area. You know, there's always lower middle class in an area like that. There's always somebody poorer than you. You're not impoverished. We don't do that out here, but we do have lower middle class. So I could see, as a used car salesman or a car salesman, he could afford to live out there, but he had to be very, very shrewd with money, because it didn't look like y'all lived in too much. Like y'all were like tweeners. You were between upper middle class and well, y'all were middle class. So y'all were better than lower middle class, but y'all were middle class, but you weren't upper middle class. And once that money rolled in, that $600,000 plus, not to mention, checks and cash apps and everything, t-shirt sales. T-shirt sales. You capitalized off of your son stabbing a kid to death, most likely because he didn't know how to tell you that he got suspended from school for carrying a knife. So he had to have a reason. So he came up with the stupidest reason that somebody could think of, because it could always end up in, like it did. That's why we don't play with guns and knives, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how small the blade is. You nick an artery, especially in the neck, with a 1-inch blade, half-inch blade. Shit, the of a blade. If it can cut skin, you can kill somebody with it by accident, playing around. Poke an eye out, you can do some serious damage. Yeah, so I don't think he meant to kill him. But he did. Now he's doing 35 years. And I'm going to tell you right now, the disgusting part is these new sets of lawyers that suddenly come on to the scene, because these are Ben Crumpians. These are Ben Crump Juniors. He's teaching them the game. And if anybody knows anything about Ben Crump, is that he ain't showing up nowhere where he can't get a huge check out of a corporation or an organization, or a well-to-do mom and pop establishment or city government. He don't show up unless he feels that there's a huge check in it. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, they were good at playing that game. Get the black folks riled up. Jasmine Crockett is doing it, but she appeals to the ghetto audience. Sonny Hostin appeals to the herbal tea chicks. Because they're airheads. Amanda Seals, anyone? Like, just insufferable. Like, stop it. Like, you got tether blood. And anybody will tell you the thing about people with tethers is like the light skin or the white guy in the group. They trying to work extra hard to prove that, that they down. Especially they want to prove that they black. Like, when you really don't even have to do all that. Like, blackness isn't about toughness. It's about what you do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was defending himself all right from an incident that from an incident that he provoked. He was defending himself from responsibility, and it cost him everything. I mean, based on what some people are saying is that, his elevator don't go to the top. And I mean, clearly we see that. So these new lawyers, I mean, they just in it for the money. They'll make more money off of endorsements, because that's the hustle now. They know the hustle. They'll go, because I mean, they say that they're working pro bono, but that just means that they're not going to charge the Anthony family, because they know they burnt through that money. They know they burnt through that money. When the father upgraded, dude, you're not even a car salesman anymore, but you bought a new house and a new truck for your chick, and sold t-shirts. And I mean, you went from Dominique Alexander, and when all that baby shaking stuff. I mean, do understand, it's not just baby shaking that Dominique Alexander was arrested for. This dude had a long history of domestic abuse. I mean, vicious domestic abuse. He just, his arrest record, like they say, is as long as your arm. Yeah. The baby shaking thing was just, I mean, people are more, what's up, Ray Hama? People are more sympathetic towards babies, but yeah, he did what they said he did. He did it. He went to prison for that. Then they said during the whole situation with the him being the spokesman for the Anthonys, he messed around there and broke his then girlfriend's foot, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, correct me. But yeah, so he had to step away to try to keep that under wraps. That Sarah Fields chick, she was out there. She was on him. She was on this story. That's when they got Charleston White. That's when they got Charleston White. Because remember, Charleston White was, hey, yeah, that boy did it. He going to jail. To suddenly he with the family. And then, of course, once the boy got convicted, they was trying to, talk about putting some money on his books for an appeal. The father was asking, well, can we get the money? Like, no, this is going to the lawyers. Well, we need to be in control of the money. For what? Like, oh, okay, I see what it is. You take a look around their house, you see the Carmelo merchandise, free Carmelo t-shirts and shit. Like, oh, okay, I see what this is. This new house. You say you quit your job and you moved out here to a better neighborhood for safety. And that sure was a nice truck you got out there. And you ain't got no job. And you putting down how much on your son's lawyer? $15K, $600K. Dominique Alexander did what? He had you doing what? What? Oh, you trying to woo. Yeah, y'all, I changed my mind. I'm selling Watermelon Felon t-shirts because I see what the hustle is. Like, they set this boy up for failure. He should have, because they offered him the plea deal. He should have took the plea. He'd at least got 7. They probably would have slapped him, reduced it down to manslaughter, and then slapped him with at least 7 years. Because, I mean, in all honesty, I bet the law was looking at it like it was an accident. You know what I'm saying? And just wanted to make it go away. But it became a national headline. It became a headline because Dominique Alexander made it about race. Because remember, Jeff Metcalf showed up to the press conference to at least, hey, we'll let us and the family talk together. You know what I'm saying? Like he said, he went there to go pray with them. You know what I'm saying? Because he pretty much, I mean, he's a father. Once he heard everything that happened, he was devastated, but he probably realized, yeah, it sounds like an accident. What the hell? What's going on? Can we talk his parents? And then Dominique Alexander pulled that shit, threw him out the press conference. Like, seriously? I mean, based on, your definition of self-defense, then his father had every right to stab whoever put their hands on him, right? Which was, of course, a police officer, because he put his hands on him. So that means that he can murder him? Or does that mean that he can just comply and just go where, he's been asked to leave? Come on, I'll escort you out. I mean, goddamn, the contrast in the situation is just, the irony of it. The irony of it all. Clearly, it was an accident. But why? That's why I came up with my theory. I mean, there's got to be a reason. That's got to be the most logical reason. At any rate, yeah, these lawyers, they're gonna extort these companies for money for the Carmelo Appeals Fund, and they're talking about they won't be able to file the case until the end of the year, because they have to go over all the trial stuff and the witness testimonies and all that stuff. So they're like, well, we won't be able to get to it as far as ready to file an appeal until near the end of the year. They're gonna drag that shit out. They're gonna drag that shit out. Y'all gonna be hearing about it some more. You're gonna find out this person donating, that person donating. Watch. And in the end, appeal denied. They did everything by the book. They were very tight knit about that. They gave 3 black jurors a chance. One of them clearly wanted to get out of jury duty. You talking about somebody can't, put a young brother in jail, and what? I think 2 other them were school teachers. And it was like, school teachers, especially today, can be biased. I understand they probably might see it the way that I saw it, but they have failed to take any accountability. They've terrorized the Metcalf family, not them directly, but their supporters have terrorized the Metcalf family. I mean, look what they did with the donation money. And then they walked in here with this Better Call Saul of a lawyer who knew that this was an open and shut case. He probably like, kid, you should have took the plea deal. I bet you he probably have said that to Carmelo Anthony and his parents. Like, you should have took the plea deal. Like, because, he could be looking at, life, if not the death penalty. I mean, they don't play down here. They don't play down here. You better throw yourself on the mercy of the court. You don't want to get death penalty, you better shed some tears. You better apologize. Why don't you get on the stand and tell us what happened? Like, no, don't do that. Why not? Let's hear his side of the story. How come you didn't want the kid to testify? Do understand that this is my kid that's on trial, and I believe that they're innocent of this, or, hey, I believe their story. I want to hear from his perspective. Or maybe it's because you knew that he would probably, if he told the truth, he would incriminate himself. Because, I mean, he did do it, but you'd find out why he did it. We could just make things worse. So it's just best that he didn't testify. And like they say, if he loses the appeal, he'll probably be out in 17 and a half, which in all honesty, if he ever tell his side, it turns out that, he wasn't trying to kill him. If he just say that, like, hey, I wasn't trying to kill him, it was an accident. Like, just say that. Just say that. You can say that between now and 17 and a half years, there's a good chance you'll probably get out on parole. If you show genuine remorse for what you did, because there's no way in hell you went in there with the intent of killing somebody. I mean, we see your mugshots and your photos. Well, not even your photo, not even your mugshots, but just your photos, and you have that same dead look in your eyes, and that's scary. I don't know why nobody picked that up. Like, you very rarely saw him smiling in pictures if it wasn't something creepy, as far as what they put out there with the middle finger and it was the middle finger. That was like the creepiest one. And I get it. I mean, we've all been 16, 17 years old, whatnot before. But that dead-eyed look, that's uncomfortable. I refuse to believe that that kid is that type of psychopath. I don't want to believe that. But this YN culture is so prevalent amongst us that, I mean, do understand with the child thing. If that 14-year-old boy had ran away from the store, because, I mean, true enough, he didn't steal nothing, but he had that gun on him. And if those grown men, started patting him down because he had on that big hoodie, and the mother said, yeah, I think he stole a water bottle. But you in the store, you didn't buy anything. Turns out you didn't have any money on you, but you got a gun in your waist. Do you have any idea how that looks? Listen, your teenagers should not be out here with deadly weapons on them. But do understand that it's gotten just that bad. The kid, him too, picture with a gun. And I get it. I mean, that's the new safety net. That's the new safety net, just to let people know, hey, look, don't mess with me. I get it. That's the same, because you see so much of it from these kids who ain't got no business running around with a gun on them, like this 14-year-old dude that Mr. Child shot. But, you took off running because you had that gun in your waistband. You couldn't afford to have them pat you down, because then they would have found that gun and your mama would have killed you, because they was calling the police. They was going to call the police. They was not going to let you, as a teenager who just walked up out of their store after being accused of stealing a water bottle, you got a gun in your waist. They're not going to let you roam the neighborhood like that. They got some sense. Sure enough, they chase you down for, assume water bottle. Why are you running? Those people work hard for their stuff. They're tired of getting robbed. Not by you, but by people that look like you, these YNs. They tired of getting robbed. So yeah, they'll chase you down for an 89-cent bottle of water. But the thing was, he tripped, he fell, the gun fell out. The son saw it, because of course he's faster than the dad. The son saw the gun because he saw he reached for it. He stopped, put his hands up. He was telling his father, he's got a gun. The son was surrendering. Father running up behind, he see you running with the gun. You probably running and pointing it just to create some distance. And that's how you got shot in the back. Yeah, 3 years. He sat in jail for 3 years. Because he killed a kid who was pointing a gun, him and his son, that they believe stole a water bottle. Right then and there, it made sense why you was running. Like, what? You was trying to rob us? What's going on? Different state, different judge, different laws on self-defense. I've seen videos of cops shoot teenagers that they're chasing. Kid got a gun in his hand. Cop lit his back up. I've seen videos in Baltimore. Lit his ass up. Pa 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 pa. Kid was walking down the street with a group of other kids. Cop was walking the beat. And he saw the gun imprint on the kid. He said, "Hey, come here. You, come here." Kid took off running. Cop chasing him. You can see it all on body cam. Kid, in order to, I guess, balance himself out, he pulls out the gun out of his waistband. He's running with the gun, and the cop, he's telling him, "Freeze, drop." Then when we see the gun, tell him, "Drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it." Kid was steady running with it. Pow, 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 pow. He let him up. He let him up. You're running away from me, and you're armed and dangerous with a deadly weapon. Now, what that dude did with the whole garage sale thing, where he walked dude down and was taking his bag and taking his phone and everything. Like, okay, dude, now you're the criminal. Okay, he gave you fake money. You got the police on their way. All right, go on about your business. You know, you can watch him walk in a safe distance. You ain't got to be all up on him talking to him like that. You know, I mean, you're an aggressor. You poked that bear. He was trying to leave it alone and walk off. Yeah, okay, you didn't take the fake money. All right, I'm out of here. All right, yeah, here, take the bag. Take the bag, you know what I'm saying? Leave me alone. Let me get out of here. Now you trying to take phones and stuff? Oh, you think you're the police? Let me show you something. Yeah, he provoked that. It wasn't self-defense. I mean, it wasn't self-defense, but it was defense. How about that? Like, he wasn't threatening your life. You can't meet him with deadly force, because that dude, he went to prison too. He went to prison too. Yeah, I think this was in Ohio or something. I think he got like 10 years or something like that. Yeah. Lit dude up in quiet little suburbia. There's levels to this. Yeah, they're gonna make money on that kid while he's in prison. What's up, Detroit? They're gonna make money on that kid while he's still in prison. I feel sorry for Carmelo Anthony in that whole aspect of things. I mean, he's still guilty, but I understand, like, I feel bad for him that the young brother is in that situation where he's just he's a prisoner of his own making. Parents don't give a shit about him, and he's about to do at least 17 and a half years in prison, where motherfuckers are just waiting on him to get in there. That arrest footage, it's on me. It did you no favors heading into the joint, man. I'm telling you. And what you in there for too? You think they ain't finna try you? Like, dude, I'm finna put more than my hands on you. How you gonna stop me? How you gonna stop me from putting my hands on you? I take you, little boy. I mean, that boy's life is in danger. I'll be surprised if he make it to 17 and a half. I have to be honest. But he's in danger. He's in danger. I mean, just, by being taken out, but just, they do other things worse than death to you in prison. You just adapt and just become it in order to survive. Like, it beats being murdered or stabbed up. You know what I'm saying? It beats being shanked. Although you probably wonder what death feels like, because prison is not a picnic. Not that I would know, but you listen to some of these guys' stories. That's why them former inmate channels be popping. Boy, you walking into that with them charges, that on your paperwork, you in trouble. I feel sorry for the kid. Anyway, let's get on to why we're here. Can't do my monologue, get the social out the way. So, this has everything to do with the thumbnail. Because I've been talking about this back when I had the Embrace Villainy channel. Ever since that Mexican got arrested for stealing Cadillac converters off the bottom of a truck somewhere out in like Nebraska or something like that, one of them little corn-fed towns. And when they arrested him, what he was saying, body cam's just rolling. He said, in a while, this won't matter. Like, yeah, like, like you think you're safe, like, but we're gonna tear you down from the inside. Like, you shouldn't have never opened that border. Like, we're gonna destroy you from the inside. You let us in the walls. You let us in the gates. He said that. And if you're one of those Lord of the Rings guys, or whatever crap that's out that's medieval, or even like The Walking Dead, for example, if you want to get a modern version of it, of merry old England, Native American tribes, all right, and everybody else on the planet, Israel and Palestine, for instance. Once you let us in the gates, it's over for you. You're gonna have to fight like hell to get us out. They come not as friends, but as invaders. Because when he said that, I had a feeling. I couldn't figure out what it was. I mean, we knew he opened the border for a reason, but, why did you do this? Like, what was the fundamental reason? And of course, when you come to the realization of it, it's terrifying to know. Because invaders don't come to be your friends. They come to conquer. Yeah, you join with us. You know what barbarians do once they've overthrown the gate and taken the crown? Yeah, they subjugate anybody that's not a barbarian. You're now under their government, and you're at the bottom of the totem pole. That's how you get slavery in a country. You overthrow the natives. Yeah, that's why socialism and communism never works. That's why it never works. Eventually, there's an uprising where the people flee. They flee where they can be free and make some money and live a good life. That's why they break into the United States. I mean, you have to be in severe dire straits to break into a country. And, literally you can live like 40 years off an underground economy with a stolen Social Security number, be it cutting grass or construction or whatnot. And then you work hard, you send your kid, once you pay off the coyote, you can get out of the, those apartments where you sleep 7, 8 to a room. They've been busting those work houses. They've been breaking those up over the past year, ever since Trump took office. Those are part of the stories that they really don't, mainstream media don't really talk about. You notice there's less protesters out in the streets. They still have their central hub in Portland. And now, like New Jersey, they've been concentrating on New Jersey. But not too many other places, like if at all. They've been shutting down the NGOs. They've been running out of money. Him not paying these sanctuary states and cities any federal money until they give up, the voting records and the tax records and the Medicaid records and all that stuff. They got to give up them Social Security numbers. You don't want to give up them Social Security numbers, then you get no federal funding. Federal funding that, of course, we will send somebody with the money to make sure that it's spent wisely. So it comes with an accountant, a federal accountant. That way, every nickel, every penny will be accounted for. No more thievery. This shit going on in Minnesota, a federal judge blocked pretty much an arrest warrant for the governor, Ilhan Omar, and the state attorney general, the black dude that they got on tape, taking a bribe, and a few other people. Federal judge blocked their warrants on them, talking about this is a political prosecution. Like, bitch, billions with a B was being flown out of this airport, as the TSA agents reported, like in actual paper cash, like $100 bills, just in rows, the suitcase just overflowing, just going through the X-ray, and we're not allowed to confiscate it or report it. We're federal employees. That's illegal. Well, who told y'all not to stop them? That's all we want to know. Who gave y'all that order not to stop them? Well, what's that person's name? Yeah, he got a name. What's his name? We'll go talk to him and ask him why he, look, I understand you're just doing your job, but just tell us who told us. Tell us who told you to do that. So that way we'll overlook what you did. Because at least you did report it to somebody and they told you to overlook it. So who told you that? Who did you report it to that told you to overlook it? So all we need to know, because then you get up the chain of command, especially when you start talking about 40 years to life, 25 to life, in federal prison for aiding and abetting terrorism. That's treason. We will actually hit you with that. So start talking. Who told you to tell them that? I mean, it can only come from the top. It's either the AG, Ilhan, or Tim Walz himself. Even if his secretary tell it, clearly he told the secretary to tell it. All roads leads to them three. And Fry and his wife dipping their fingers into the freaking pie. Federal judge blocked warrants on them. You got to be kidding me. Talking about some political prosecution. It's all right. They'll just get another judge. You know, they always have backup plans. They probably just want to know who's on the take. Probably want to get it on record. Yeah, let's go to this federal judge and see what they do. Because remember, they did a good job up there of bribing judges and councilwomen and politicians. That's why they killed that chick. They killed her husband, and the dog. But she was the target. That guy pled guilty. He's going to federal prison. I don't think he's been sentenced yet, but he was definitely found guilty. The one that, like, he shot another legislator, a couple, husband-wife couple, but they survived. And then that's when he went, and then he killed the chick. I think her name is Hannah McDougal or something. Yeah, he went and killed her. But that's why the police was making rounds around the house, because, shots fired in this exclusive neighborhood where the other congressperson lived. So the police like, oh, shoot, like, damn it. I mean, cops talk. When she came out of that press conference, if y'all remember, the congresswoman that got killed out there in Minnesota, if y'all remember, they did the vote. She came out, and because she voted against giving more money to the Somalians, and she was crying. And it was like, in hindsight, you look at it, she knew that she put her life on the line. She knew her life was in danger. She knew her life was in danger. Why else would she be crying like that? Like, it's just a vote. All you did was vote no. Why are you looking like, like you're in trouble? And sure enough, because the other congressperson that they shot, they also voted no. Yeah, remember, dude had a hit list. He had a hit list. Said Tim Walz put him up to it. Yeah, he pled guilty because he took a plea deal. He took a plea deal. Because I think they said he was facing at least 10 years in prison or something like that. I could be wrong, but he did plead guilty. He pled guilty. I think he took a plea deal. I think he cooperated fully with the FBI. His wife had already fled the country. They went and dragged her ass back. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. So they probably want to know who's all on the take. Because what was the big story about? Not just Keith Ellison, not just his bribe, but they supposedly went to go bribe a juror $200,000. But the juror, when they got the bag, it was like 140,000 in it. Like, damn, no honor amongst thieves at all. I guess the courier was like, well, this is my tip. I'm charging you for delivering this. You get taxed by the courier. Ain't that about a bitch? Talk about being enterprising. Yeah. They probably wanted to see if she was, she was still on the take. They probably watching her bank accounts or his bank accounts, but more than likely it's her. because you saw a lot of those female city council women that was just totally, saying we're doing this because fuck Donald Trump. And it's like, are you serious? Democratic Party, they're in bed with these folks. They're in bed with these folks. They're protecting these folks. They're running cover for these folks. Those are just your Somali Islamists. I mean, what's going on in New York and Michigan is, those are like your Middle Eastern Islamists, not your African Islamists. Those are just pirates and bandits. No, you've got the, jihadists in your country, in your government. I mean, Jesus Christ, New Yorkers, how soon do you forget? It really should be illegal for anybody that's not at least a third-born generational immigrant to run for office. You need to be 3 generations. We need to get you entrenched before we allow you to run for office. Like, why do we have so many foreign-born people in our government? That's ridiculous. You say F Trump is real old, so they got nothing to prove. Right. So you get in bed with these Islamists, you know what I'm saying? Even being so stupid that you got white women going to the Middle East and they're getting assaulted. Like, did you not see the report of what these people were doing to the women of England? I mean, reported 250,000 girls, grooming gangs. And I heard about this back when I had the Embrace Villainy channel, when England was letting in all of these migrants. Yeah, the Islamists, the Pakistani men, they were the grooming gangs, whereas the Africans were the violent offenders. They might decide to gang rape you, or they might decide to just rob you, or stab you up. I mean, they came to invade. That's why they say invite the third world, become the third world. You're letting the poor in. These are the invaders. You don't do that. That's why you're supposed to strengthen your borders to protect it from invaders, or else you look like England. You become England. And we were having these stories where these South Americans were raping and murdering these women. I mean, they just did the black girl dirty. They, dude, not only did he rape her, he chopped her up, had the body for days, then threw it off an overpass. I mean, just total disrespect. For those of you who don't remember, yeah, she was out there just making her money, living up under daddy's roof, making her money. And unfortunately, it was the wrong dude. The wrong dude. Yeah, we put a stop to that real quick. ICE put a stop to that real quick. These are cartel people, savages from South America. They literally emptied their prisons in mental institutions, and through NGOs, through USAID across the world, they were able to ship them here, flying them in by the plane load from the Middle East and Africa. Mexico, here's enough to get you to the border. After that, they'll take care of you. $13,000 food stamp cards, luxury hotels, free breakfast, lunch, and dinner that reportedly they were throwing away. Something they don't want to eat this crap. I mean, you did all that thinking that they was going to vote for you. Like I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, they turned them, man. Okay, Keir Starmer stepped down, right? He stepped down because, I mean, again, Keir Starmer stepped down because our equivalent of the Green Party won their house, their Congress. They won the House. They won the House and the Senate. Okay, so that's like if, you know, the Republicans had the House and the Senate. That's like if the Green Party had control of the House and the Senate. Green Party has control of the House and the Senate. Your president is neutered. Unless it's, what's up, blood boiling? Unless your president is one of them. Outside of that, you're neutered. You have no power. You know, and this is when they have the power to impeach you. In other words, make you get out. That's what happened. This is what happened or was going to happen with Keir Starmer. Okay. The Green Party got the House and the Senate, and they're super pro-immigration. I mean, they're lining up the catapults, okay, the street sweepers. They finna break out the clubs and the shields and the trucks. I mean, this is how extreme the Green Party is. That's taken over, you know, their government. That won in, a sweeping landslide. They are very anti-immigration. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Well, anyway, they told Keir Starmer, get the hell up out of here. Like, you might as well. You have no power. You're neutered. So instead of getting kicked out, he just decided to step down. Like, because that was the first thing they asked him when they won, you know, on election night. Like, well, you know, they won. Are you going to step down? Like, why are you here now? Like, all of this crap that you've inflicted upon us working with the CCP. Because that's why they opened up their borders. They were working with China. They're working with the CCP to purposely destroy England. I mean, good Lord. They made all them girls keep quiet. If the girl dare report it or speak about it, they would arrest her. They would come and arrest her. If the father spoke about it, they would come and arrest him. If you spoke about it, that you would be under arrest for racism. This is what made, like, the final straw. At first, it was a powder keg when the migrants stabbed them 4 girls up at the dance studio. You know, these are like 8 to 12-year-old girls. They ain't pose no threat to you. They was rioting for that for a while. And then you had this Henry Novak situation where, I mean, if you've seen some of the footage, and I've seen the footage, I've been seeing the footage for years of what's been going on out there, where the Islamists have taken over the UK government, whereas the jihadist Islamists have taken over the streets, as have the Africans. They've taken over the streets. They're out there. You got Sharia law cops operating out there, and the Sharia law cops are backed up by the UK police. I mean, their elections couldn't have happened right on time. Because, as I've said in previous broadcasts, you do not need these jihadist Islamists getting their hands on the bomb. If you can't have the bomb come to you, you see what the U.S. did to your facilities with pinpoint accuracy. Like, geez, yeah, these guys are not effing around. We keep trying to fight, but they just they just hit us right back. I'm broadcasting. I'm broadcasting. Come on, Lou. I'm broadcasting. Yeah, they, if you can't build the bomb, hold on. If you can't build the bomb in your backyard, then you go to the bomb. You go to where the bomb is located. Closest country that would be your best bet in taking it over politically and getting your hands on the bomb, where you can literally launch it off of their soil, would be UK and France, with the help of China funding the operation to open the borders to let us in, and then to give us all of these rights. In other words, you need people in government that you can pay enough to be a traitor to their country. Let us barbarians in the gate. Keir Starmer. That's the guy in France that his wife slapped him, Macron. Yeah. Weak sons of bitches. What's up, Lewis? Weak sons of bitches of leaders. France is a hellhole now. They don't even arrest the people that pickpocket you. Somebody pickpocket you and you beat on them, unless you're a foreigner, they throw you in jail. There's a story, I know it's a couple of weeks old, but it was a video of an American chick walloping the hell out of this foreign chick who was like the head of a pickpocket ring. She tried to pick that woman's pocket. That woman caught her by her hair, snatched her up, and beat her ass. It was all on tape. She got her stuff back. Then the police came and took her, and they saw that it was an American woman, so they arrested her. But of course, they let her back out. Where apparently she fled France to New York City and tried to start up a pickpocket ring here, and she's missing. The story is she's missing. Nobody's seen her since she got there. Oh my goodness, my goodness. It's that TikTok burglar wakes up in a strange place. Come to life. At any rate, yeah, you can't have that here. And people got to go. But yeah, Starmer stepped down. That's why he quit. But do understand that, in all honesty, once all these people are sworn in, and get to work, just like Trump wants to do to Obama and Biden, they actually can press charges on Keir Starmer for what he did to the country. Like, he committed treason, let's just be honest. They're going to open up all them jails. They're going to let up all them people that got locked up for praying outside of a church or praying in front of a mosque. That little Henry Novak kid got stabbed up. Got lied, said, oh, he was being racist. Police handcuffed me like, dude, like, I can't breathe. I'm stabbed. He stabbed me. Like, I don't think you are, mate. Like, what? Blood pouring out of his shirt, and he died in custody. He died with his hands cuffed behind his back. Charges pressed. for being racist. Not that the dude stabbed him up. Oh no, he didn't stab you. I don't think you are, mate. Like what? Yeah, for them, that's their George Floyd minus the criminal record. But yeah, but they threw that guy in jail. They threw him in jail. They whooped his ass a few times. He's getting death threats, from the Englanders who are locked up because do understand the government has locked up a lot of their own citizens for people like him. So when he goes to prison, he's locked in with people who got locked up because they don't like you being in their country. You're locked up in there with them, not just the average, murderers and rapists and whatnot. No, you're also locked up in there with them. These people are doing like 5 years for a damn tweet. They have no freedom of speech there. Wait till these people get sworn in. And then they do their initiatives. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried Starmer for treason. We're locking up our goddamn politicians. I believe they're going to be locking up their politicians too. I can already see it coming. That's probably why he retired now, so he can hurry up and get out of the goddamn country. Because that would be his best bet, is to flee the country before these people get sworn in office and lock his shit down. He better hurry up and pick a destination. He better hurry up and pick a destination. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. That attorney general that Trump sent down there, that federal attorney general he sent down to California, that's been exposing the fraud. I mean, you passed the, no Nick Shirley bill, but what about the no state attorney general bill? Because this is the one that's, so you think that if I don't show your frauds here on the streets, the things that you say that this is where the money is going, but it's not. You think that the state attorney general ain't gonna find out? If Nick Shirley can find out, just a dude with a camera, if he can find it, you think the guy that looked like he curled trucks for breakfast, standing 10 toes down on his job, like Frank Lundy, you think he ain't gonna find it? He would go to Russia. That'd be his best bet. He go to China. It's just way too obvious. At least in Russia, he'll have some freedom. China is communist. Russia is capitalist. They just don't. Ask Brittany Griner if Russia play games or not. They gave her 9 months to think about what she did. She'll never do that no more. Russia is strict with that. I mean, damn, they was calling her a drug addict on Russian TV. And they said it with such conviction. Like, yes, they're training us the merchant of death. And in return, they want the drug addict basketball player. They dragged her in the U.S. for filth. That's some honest news right there. At any rate, yeah, Russia sounds like a good spot for him. I thought it was 10 years in prison. Well, she did 9 months. Remember, Biden made the trade, the merchant of death. He was, Tony Stark before he became Iron Man. Like, seriously, if you were to, really sum it up in today's world, yeah, he was a weapons dealer. And then, they traded him for Brittany. At any rate, Our biggest problem is not just who comes from overseas, but it's the South Americans too. That cartel, when you open up the borders, you did that, especially the southern border. You did that for the cartel. And you let them bring all them kids across the border unaccompanied. We finding them in forced labor camps. We rescuing them from unsafe areas. It's so various. But what the main one is, of course, the trafficking ones. Simply by responding to the hotline numbers, the calls that were coming in from the hotline numbers. Remember, because they gave the kids a hotline number. Like, if you ever feel in danger or feeling unsafe or whatnot, call this number. Just read the stuff on the card, and then we'll come and check it out. So they're following up on those numbers, and they're finding these kids in crazy situations. Mike Steven Seagal lives in Moscow, Russia. Because people want to beat his ass in those horrible movies. Crazy as F that they traded Merchant of Death. Yeah. I'm just saying. So, yeah, the UK is safe. They just have to hurry up and get those Islamists out of their government, because you do not want them having, the keys to the nuclear codes, like, at all, or to be able to sneak it out of the UK. Because all you really need is the warhead. You grease enough palms in a certain area, and you walk off. You got a warhead on a flatbed or in a box truck, surrounded by armed guards on the inside and outside. We've already went over how disastrous that will be, because trust me, they will have no qualms pushing that button, aiming it right at Israel. And that's the last thing you want, because the United States will respond in kind, and then Russia and China will get involved, and Canada's no help. They're pretty much in the same situation as the UK, except it's not the Islamists that's in charge, it's their own government that's doing it to them. We would have stopped at that crap. Thank God. Here, let me play this. Like I said, when I come on like this, I got to get it all out. All right, so this is our good pal, Scott Jennings. And to be honest, people wonder, well, why hasn't CNN, with as crazy as they are, how come they haven't fired Scott Jennings? Why do they have Scott Jennings on the show doing so many different shows outside of, that garbage Alvin Phillips show? Because in all honesty, he speaks to the middle of the road Democrats, the ones who aren't extremists. He makes sense to them. And in all honesty, these people who, let's say that they're all the Democratic Party because they're old school Democrats. They're not this new socialist democratic socialist, whatever the hell. Yeah, democratic socialist. They're not part of that. They're the old guard. So he does speak to them. And the messed up part about it is that, yes, he does bring in the ratings on every show that he's on, but at the same time, you have a lot of people who are fleeing the Democratic Party, and it's not necessarily just what they see on the news and stuff, but CNN is doing a great job of killing their ratings, because unless Scott Jennings is on a show, the ratings suck. People do not watch him on Abby Phillips' show because they want to watch Abby Phillips. Like, no, that show gets ratings because of this guy. If it's not him, it's Kevin O'Leary, and then the Shermichael Singleton guy. Those are their big three. But Shermichael's been, I don't know where he's been. But Scott Jennings anchors CNN. He's on all these shows. This is why he's not leaving. He's killing it. He feels that he can reach more people just by having a conversation with the Democrats. That's why he doesn't mind doing these shows. He's a political animal. And he speaks to the higher intellectual of people, be they Democrats or Republicans. Is really just, those who just exercise their common sense. He talks to them. And of course, he pushes back on this rhetoric. And the more people watch these shows, the more he wins them over. And it's not that they suddenly become a Republican, although some do switch. But a lot of them is just like, well, I'm just going to vote Republican in the next election. If this is what they on, this is what they talking about, then I want that. I want safer streets. Yeah, I do want to get these illegals out, because every time I watch the news, one of these illegals done snatched up some young girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of these people out here protesting. ICE is telling us, yeah, we out here, this is who we're going after. Drug dealers, pedophiles, murderers, and other various crimes. We're going after these people. And anybody that's been connected to them is going too. Some of these people that you see us arresting, you talking about some, they don't really have a record or whatnot. I mean, those are really the DHS arrests, Department of Homeland Security arrests that you're out there harassing. But do understand, the Department of Homeland Security goes after terror cells, terrorist organizations, terrorist nests here in the United States, because they're the Department of Homeland Security. We are going after criminal illegals as ICE agents. That's our job. Sometimes we assist them because of you assholes out here protesting. And sometimes they assist us. We work hand in hand. So you are kind of slowing us down. We're not hitting the numbers that we should be hitting because too many of us are being diverted off into these arrest sites where you idiots show up with guns or hit the gas baby. You inadvertently, because I don't think Renee Good, just like with Carmelo, I don't think she meant to hit him with the car, but unfortunately she did. She thought that she had enough room and that he would get out of the way. And that one bad decision cost her life. I mean, let's just be honest. But if you wouldn't have been out there being a dick to those are federal officers. Do you understand? Those are federal officers. Those aren't city cops. The mayor's not going to stop them as much as he gets on the news and talks tough about putting up ordinances and, and you can't park here. There's nothing he can do. There's nothing he can do. You don't want us to get them when they come out of the jail. Well, then we'll catch them at the courthouse. That's what that was all about. Because they was releasing them. That Hannah McDougal chick. That's who it is. Hannah McDougal, the judge who just got convicted of literally walking all the way through the back chambers and out the secret courthouse door after she told the ICE agents to go down and see the Chief Justice about them being there in her courtroom in the courthouse. Chick, you in a federal courthouse. You're in a federal courthouse building. Everything is on tape. They got you from the rooter to the tutor. You got them right. You lost on an appeal. You're going to serve that prison time. And you did it you threw away a nice 6-figure career. Another 5-10 years, retire, maybe do it part-time, kick your feet up on a beach somewhere. I mean, damn, you threw all that away over some Trump shit. You're a moron. You deserve your sentence. You're a moron. Getting ran through in the federal court. Right. So they catch him coming. They catch him coming out the courthouse. Because see, coming out of the courtroom. Because once you go in the courtroom, you've confirmed your identity. Are you Hector Gonzalez? Yeah, see. Okay. You come out of there, yeah, Hector Gonzalez. Yep, we got your paperwork right here. Put your hands behind your back. Let's go. Let's march you off to a room where we got 12 more just like you. It's like going fishing during trout season. I mean, goddamn. They just biting at anything in the water. Just reeling them in. That way they ain't got to worry about you getting when you get released. Let me stop. That's why that chick did what she did, because they came to come pick him up after he almost murdered his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend. Beat him half to death and almost murdered her. I don't want ICE to take you. Woo! Either you are brainwashed or you got the orders. Like, no matter, don't let ICE take any illegals that come in or out of your courtroom under any circumstances. And you took that to heart, and now look at you. You about to do what? Close to 10 years or a year or so in federal pen? You got them fools that out there, they was defacing the reflecting pool, peeling the paint off and everything and whatnot, dumping algae in it. They got them on tape. Like, you think they don't have cameras all over that place? You morons. Yeah, God, they all got arrested. They arresting people left and right. They're sabotaging the reflecting pool. I mean, how stupid are you to spend a year in federal prison for damaging the reflecting pool on purpose because Donald Trump cleaned it up? You couldn't pay me to do that. Ain't no such thing as, look, I just get a job at my cousin's cleaners. You don't pay me enough to do a year in the federal penitentiary. And not a state, not a local, federal. You in there with the hard legs and the lifers. State, that's like almost like country club. It's just not as violent. Anyway, plus you can probably get out with an early release program. In federal, they make you do what I think 87% of that time before they even think about it. At least half. You doing that because Donald Trump cleaned up the reflecting pool. You about to do a year in prison for that. Or any prison time. Not just arrested and let go and then pay a fine. No, we're talking about prison. It's bad enough you're getting paid to do that by these people. At least I hope you're getting paid to do these for these people. Not that you're just a dumbass like that. I mean, at least get paid to be a dumbass. I hope they take care of you while you in there. If not, you coming out worse off shape than when you signed up to be a paid protester. They probably won't even hire you because, you know, you're a convicted felon. Or maybe they will. Maybe they like that. You see the Antifa members, they doing hard time. The ones that shot up that station on 4th of July last year. Yeah, they all got like what, between 50 to life. They all got 50 to life. They shot that officer in the neck. Yeah, it was like 10 people that was involved in that. Antifa. They got 50 to life. They are not playing around. But in Minnesota, the gay guy that was talking about some, you know, daring, it's time for us to get out in the streets. It's time for us to shed some blood. Then they had his public arrest. They had pretty much like the SWAT team marching him out of there, up out of there in handcuffs. He was talking all that wolf ticket stuff, but when the wolf came knocking, Mary had a little lamb. Oh yeah, they marched you right up out of there without a fight. You ain't even fire off not one round. Smart of you. They blew your brains. They blew your brains out. They don't come armed like that to throw pillows and marshmallows. No. They blew your brains out. They lit that place up. You thought it was Vietnam. They came to play, buddy. They your Huckleberry. Yeah, he was part of a network. He too was part of a network, and they arrested all of them, and they're all being charged up there in Minnesota. Like the people, the Antifa members who, of course, you know, wasn't part of that plan. They were up there protesting at the courthouse. And if it's going to get that bad, then, you know, in all honesty, you might want to send out a small detachment of the National Guard just to guard the courthouse, because, you know, it is federal property. Just send out a small battalion, just for crowd control. Just for crowd control. You know, maybe about 50 to 100 should do it. You know, you deploy what you think you need, keep the rest on standby, just in case it gets out of hand. Because, you know, most times it does get out of hand. Got backup on standby. Fucking incel terrorist organization, because that's what these people are. They're incels. They're these white loser incels that make up Antifa. Yeah, the purple haired freaks, bull nose rings, Dungeons and Dragons niggas. Anyway, let's get to this. I'm sorry. I know I'm spiderwebbing. Shut up. Anyway, all right, so let's get to this.
Lander primary. I agree with you. I think Dan's going to lose. I don't agree with much of anything he's done in Congress, but I'm surprised you sort of glossed over the main issue in this race, which is Israel. I mean, Dan Goldman is a congressman and he's Jewish, and he went into a coffee shop this weekend in Brooklyn and they said, "You're not welcome here anymore." Brad Lander is out speaking in mosques, telling those people that he'd like to go align.
Damn it. I know my internet connection has not been the same.
Himself with Ilhan Omar and the rest of the squad. Dan Goldman's only sin, I guess, is that he thinks Israel has a right to exist. And for that, that has been the principal issue in this. And you've got the mayor of New York City, Mamdani, out saying about AIPAC and Jewish Americans who have participated in our politics that they are, quote, monsters. What is happening right now in New York City, the Democrat socialist takeover of the Democratic Party, should frighten not just
I guess it's buffering.
Jewish Americans, but all Americans everywhere, because this is the direction the Democrats are headed nationally. Look what's happening in Michigan, and it is frightening. Throwing Democrat Jewish congressmen out of coffee shops in Brooklyn, New York. It's not 1930s Germany. This is the United States of America. I was fascinated by the Goldman Lander primary. I agree with you. I think
Now, to the average layman, that may sound like hate, but it's not. Democratic Socialists, these are Islamists, like Mamdani, like Hassan Piker. Okay. You know, he doesn't call it. I mean, occasionally he'll say that he's Muslim, but normally he was trying to parade himself off as just an average white man because he's trying to blend in. He knew that the average white person that would probably watch his show or take interest in him would be young white males, and young white males identify with other white males. You're not going to identify with a Muslim guy. They're not going to tune them out. But a few times he's admitted that he's Muslim. But the thing about his show is that, I'm going to be honest, this is why they subpoenaed his records. And this was after the Cuban trip. Because, I mean, it was bad enough that he went to China, but then he went to Cuba. And he violated all sorts of treaties. And, of course, they want to know, why was the Cuban government so friendly to you? Like, when you're sitting up here, and do understand that Hassan Piker's biggest problem is his mouth. Sitting up here saying that that their government has been in contact with his people and organizing the trip for him to come out there. And then, like a moron, you actually go out there and, you know, and show your true colors. Out there, gotten those poor black kids dancing around for money, making them put on a dance show for you for money, making yourself feel big. You know, a little champagne socialist bullshit. And then you go home and you stream about it. Talk about the nice times you and everything. You're just having a grand old time. Matter of fact, they threw a concert and then made sure that even though the city didn't have power, your hotel did. Your hotel had power. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even one of our sanctioned hotels for Americans to stay in, because they have strict laws, travel laws, especially while you're in Cuba, in order to keep you safe. You can't just go to Cuba and, you know, walk down Little Havana Street. No. No, they have safe zones for you that you must adhere to, because your ass will get kidnapped or killed. Cuban government would love to get their hands on you, try to extort your family for money. But please stay in these designated areas. Yeah, so supposedly he didn't stay at a designated hotel. And of course the evidence, because he was streaming everything live and doing recordings and just putting it all on the internet. And I mean, he was posting where he was staying and everything. It was just ridiculous. But outside of that, with Hassan Piker's audience, for those of y'all that don't know, this is Cenk Uygur's Young Turk's nephew. So he do 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, and all he do is just brain farts, all this communist rhetoric, anti-American rhetoric, that type of stuff. And he blames everything on the Jews, just like his uncle. And of course, he pals around with terrorist groups, which is what he did when he was in Cuba. He met up with a terrorist group, a local terrorist group, mind you. Yeah, he did all sorts of stupid shit. But when it comes to his audience, in all honesty, his audience, I believe, is manufactured, and because does it right with it. This is why people quit for the things that he do, because he's a cash cow. Because I believe he is linked in with not just Islamist jihadists, but also with China, because he does push a lot of communist propaganda. And China with their tech, I believe that a lot of his viewers or his money, whatever, is coming from China. That's why that was the first place he visited, and pretty much did forced Chinese propaganda. Like, they don't give you a choice. Like he said, they came and got him, told him grab his equipment and come to the zone and shoot and say glorious things about China. That's why he looked so uncomfortable when he was making his videos in China. He didn't stay long. I think he stayed like a week and then got the hell up out of there and never spoke about it again. But the whole time that he was streaming while he was in China, he looked very uncomfortable, because he was uncomfortable, because they was ushering him around and telling him what to say. Yeah, you want to speak about the beauties of communism? Please stand right here and sing our praises. Yeah, the last place you want to wind up is in the Chinese prison, bruh. Embassies are going to have to get involved. And your little communist rhetoric will go out the window real quick. You get a real taste of that. He got a real taste of it. He's just lucky he didn't get in trouble, like that Johnny Somali kid. No, but I believe that a lot of his audience, a lot of his views is coming not just from Chinese bots, and like Chinese internet houses, where this is the thing about these data centers or whatnot, like overseas, like you can pay somebody to do all your tweets and whatnot, all these stock puppet accounts. I believe that's what he's got. I believe a large part of his audience, how he makes his money, is not just, of course, get undercover checks or money from the CCP, but also through viewership funded by the Islamists jihadists, as far as pushing their rhetoric. But the real money is coming from China, the Chinese bots that are in your comment section. So yeah, that's felony. That's an American citizen. That's a felony. Yeah, that's against the law. If you're here in the United States, yeah, you can't be doing that. You're a naturalized citizen too? What are you doing? Yeah, so they subpoena his records, and I think that's what they're going to find. They're going to find that he's, just like Mayor Adams. Remember, Mayor Adams was under Turkish influence with the hotel rooms and the jets and all that stuff. Yeah, he got out the game real quick, didn't he? He got out the game, and they came for him. They came for him, and then he made that deal to let ICE into New York. And him and Tom Homan was on Fox and Friends, shake hands. They over there. and over there and over there and over there. Yeah, here's our dossiers. Yeah, go into Rikers Island, go get them. Eric Adams opened the door in order to stay outside. Yeah, it's gonna be a hot summer. It's gonna be a hot summer, especially with that whole supposedly the wrestling attack that was supposed to happen. The way that people are describing the true details of it was that it was, supposed to be like attack drones with bombs, and they were gonna have people storm the gate, and the snipers were gonna be on the roof. I mean, like, this was like a real thing, and they arrested the head of it, which is a cartel member, Tren de Lagra member, legal. Yeah, they arrested his whole network, and the rumor has it that a congressman, a sitting Democratic congressperson, is involved, and that they're going to reveal it on the 4th of July. I mean, that whole reveal on the 4th of July thing, that's what made me go, okay, that sounds corny. But supposedly this is what happened. Like, this, it's traced all the way up. It was an assassination plot on the president that was supposed to went off during the 250th celebration, the WrestleMania situation, which would have been an absolute terrorist attack. I guess she thought their defenses were going to be down. Like, that was, in all honesty, that would have been the worst time to attack, because you got Secret Service, and Department of Homeland Security, and FBI. They're in there in force. So why would you try to storm the gates of the White House when they're there in force, working crowd control? Because, that's when most people are stupid enough to try and attack like that, is when they're in a large crowd. I mean, that works if you're going after somebody small, but there's no way in hell you're going to storm the White House gates as a lone wolf just because you got in through the WWF event. You're not about to do a Batman James Bond your way to wherever Trump is in the White House and then assassinate him and not have to go through a hell of bullets. Like, and that's just before you even get to a window or door of the White House. You're gonna have to explain that one. So you thought storming the gates would be the best way to do it? Like, don't you understand that's when they're doing their heaviest monitoring? When they're doing their heaviest monitoring, like within like a 10 to 20 mile radius, they crack down on it. You already set up shop before you even let the enemy know where you're coming or will know where you're going. So they had already picked it up from start to finish. That's why they supposedly shut it down, because they did shut down a supposed terrorist attack during that event. But how deep it was, the details are starting to come out, allegedly. But I mean, this all leads back to where we sit politically. Because I said, in response to what Scott said, I said they're just being true to their Dixiecrat Confederate roots. The South is trying to rise again through terrorism, as they've aligned themselves with the Islamists, communists, and the cartel as their army. Unfortunately, they're deeply embedded in the government. You guys can't prosecute them out of power fast enough. Luckily, the next president will be a Republican. Just stay on passing the SAVE Act. Get these elections under control. Luckily, we've got SCOTUS on our side. because the Supreme Court is the only ones that can beat back like stuff like the federal judge that denied the warrants on Tim Walz and company, talking about some political prosecution. Like, chick, they broke the law. We have tons of evidence here. But, you don't go into that fight without a backup. So it's no worry. If anything, now they know that they're coming. Now they know that they're coming. They know that they're going to be communicating with each other, which I'm pretty sure they're tapped into that to see what the plan is. I mean, these are, this is the FBI coming after you, not your local sheriff. Yeah, they're going to let you squirm while they go to another judge that's going to override that judge. And then we, get your perp walk on. Get your perp walk on, baby. It's coming. Get ready to smile for the camera. Get ready to smile for the camera. Gavin Newsom, you up next. Yeah, that AG is investigating you. You up next, baby boy. You and your wife. Look at y'all nervous. Yeah, we already got your school superintendent. And trust me, he's singing like a bird. Because, that's why Trump defunded the Board of Education. They were in cahoots. Cut off the federal funding. Turn the power back over to the parents. The parents drum all of that crazy shit up out of the schools. He turned it over to the CU. Like, look, I'm not going to tell them that they can't do it, but that's up to y'all. But they do have to still follow federal law concerning this stuff. That's the most we can tell them to do is stick to federal law. And I mean, we've made some laws concerning it, but as far as like getting it out of your school system, that's up to you as a parent, as a community. But Bang say the power is in your hands. Yeah, it's up to you. And you see a lot of these people getting drummed up out of there. Them flags are coming down. They getting them books up out of there. They realized that Ron DeSantis was right. Ron DeSantis was right. Get this stuff out of our school shelves. Like, what? We didn't know it was this bad. This is what they were putting out there. No wonder he banned these books. I used to watch them town halls when them parents were getting shouted down by the school board members because the books had explicit and graphic sexual details in them. Some with pictures. Biden sick the FBI on them. Trying to prosecute them, take the kid away to my snare abuse parent. Called child abuse. Because you didn't want your kids to learn about that stuff. They were trying to label that as child abuse. Ooh. I know. I mean, at least when you have it as bad as Europe, but it was getting there. Got some holdouts. You got some holdouts in some real shithole cities. Chicago, for instance. Of course, Portland is running a close. Economically, Portland is running number one. They're running number one and losing business. New York is losing business. California is losing business and people. But as far as crime, Chicago's number one. Loss of economy, California's number one, with Oregon running second and New York close third. Chicago is fourth, but they lost the most notable, which is the Bears. God damn. Tax the Bears right up out of there. Oh, well. They made the business decision. Like, no, we're still the Chicago Bears. It's just that we're going to play over here now. Well, we ain't got to pay them high-ass taxes. But we still the Chicago Bears. We just play over here. You know, I mean, you don't call them the Santa Clara 49ers. No, okay. Yeah, I know we're across state lines. It's fine. It's just a border on paper, right? 20-minute drive. We're a 20-minute drive away from the city. Come on. She was going to take you 20 minutes to get here anyway. No matter what, especially if you're going by the city. You take the train or the bus. Yeah, 20 minutes. We'll get you here. I mean, lying my ass off. Take 20 minutes by train, but not by bus. Good Lord. Yeah, we'll get you here. Come on. It's just a short little commute. Normally take you an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to your seat. Here, 45 minutes. Hour tops. Depends on traffic. Yeah, you got a lot of Democrats who are, of course, Democratic Socialists. They're struggling, they're in trouble. But the Democrats who help these Democratic Socialists and push their agenda and ideology, because they took the money from these Islamists and communists and cartel members, you know, they're facing a lot of trouble for that. They're in a lot of trouble for that. You know, Gavin Newsom, Tim Walz, don't worry, Brandon Johnson, they're coming for you. Ilhan Omar, I mean, this chick is literally a terrorist. How the hell did she get elected to Congress? Pirate terrorist. I mean, you see how they did with the redistricting to help get a lot of these people out of office. But at the same time, remember Act Blue? Remember they were going after Act Blue about a year or so ago? Well, they never stopped. These people are now, you know, on trial. They're now on trial. The heads of Act Blue, they're now on trial. And of course, they have their records. They know who the money has been going to, how much and everything, because Act Blue kept very detailed records of, you know, the credit cards that they were skimming from and where the money was going. Because with Act Blue, if you ever donated to Act Blue with your credit card, they can bypass your 3-digit security code, and then they just nickel and dime your account, you know, till there's nothing left. Plus, they were taking money from foreign interests. Like, a lot of their money came from foreign interests. You know, like Hassan Piker. It comes from foreign interests, and that's illegal. Especially if you are, you know, you work in government. That's illegal. And you got a lot of Congress people that were getting donations from Act Blue, Jasmine Crockett being the biggest one. I mean, she can't explain how she went from making like $22,000 a year for the first 2 years that her law office was open, because she hung out her own shingle. Her and a couple other people calling themselves being BLM civil rights lawyers, because they want to get in on the grift with their little law degrees. So, yeah, for the first 2 years, barely made like $22,000 or $24,000 a year. And then she ran for Congress. And when she came in Congress, she had her net worth. She had $9 million in the bank and 2 homes. I think one was worth $3 or $6 million. Another one was the one where she actually lived, worth a couple mil. And it's like, where you get all this money from? And she said that she did some case, and this is what the guy paid her. This is what it was worth. I mean, it was some really silly, vague shit based on her track record as a lawyer. Like, no, she got that money from ActBlue. She even said, y'all raise more money than anybody. Yeah, she got that money from ActBlue. She took the donation money. She kept it. Bought 2 houses. Yeah, they got her up out of Congress real quick. Al Green. I know the Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, they're entrenched. These people are probably gonna wind up die or retire. That's the only way they're gonna get them out of office. And Bernie is enjoying the grift too much. And Elizabeth, Warren, she just likes the power. Her and the other chick, Nancy Pelosi, they love the power. They're like, twin Palpatines and shit. Or like a royal court. Hakeem Jeffries is the, pretty much the court jester. He's the fool that goes out and gives the news. Hear ye, hear ye. It's Trump's fault. Hakeem, Gavin Newsom is being investigated. It's Trump's fault that he committed that fraud. Oh my God. He is the fool. He is the fool in front of the mic. That's why we tease him so much. He's the fool. They send him out there to say stupid shit. And boy, does he deliver. Who's the other one? Cory Booker. Yeah. Cory Booker. Yeah, Cory's just corny, man. He a bootleg. He a corny bootleg. Of course, Jasmine's ghetto. Aisha Presley. Every time you turn around, she calls herself trying to run the tongue about some reparations. But, her husband and her, it's in the period, allegedly caught up running money scams. Yeah, like he's being indicted for fraud. And they're like, well, what do you know? Like, you husband and wife, is there paperwork that's proven that you're not a part of this, or does it prove that you were a part of this? What will the phone records say? Because if we find out that you knew any part of this, because I do understand that, like, you can be married and your spouse can commit a crime, especially a work crime or something. But if there's no evidence that you knew about it, then that means that you weren't complicit. Because, when people be having double lives. So that means that you weren't complicit. So the spouse go to jail. You don't. So if they find out that she was complicit in her husband's fraudulent activities, allegedly, yeah, she going down too. AOC, they talking about looking in her finances because she got money from ActBlue. She nervous. Awesome. They don't have no right to look. Girl, that's the IRS. You don't tell them what they can and can't do concerning their money. That's their money, not yours. You just borrow it, trade it for goods and services. With the actual notes, yeah, that's theirs. They want to know what you've done with their credits. Show us the receipts. You know what I'm saying? We're already in your bank account. Show us these receipts that you bought. Let us see if it matches up with your transactions. Where is this? We want to make sure every penny is accounted for. Where did you get this? We only pay you $200,000. Where did this $30 million come from? We've seen your speaking engagements. They're horrible. Nobody's there. It's like a handful of paid protesters and sad losers. Like what? There's a bunch of goofy, horny geeks who think you're hot because you got, big tatas and like to bounce around and be all bubbly. You may halfway think you cute. Yeah, she reminds them of the cheerleader that they always wish they had when they was in high school, but never got a shot at her. But now you're all grown up and she's still bouncing around like a cheerleader and saying dumb cheerleader things. Yeah, they want to know where the money's coming from. I told you, once Tim Walz go down, once they indict him, which they getting ready to do, they've already tried to get the warrants. Yeah, once he do his perk walk, Gavin Newsom is next, and then more than likely they'll probably Brandon Johnson, possibly J.D. Pritzker too. But by the time you get there, I would say by the time they're actually convicted, they're going to be tried probably before the end of the year. Like, at least Newsom and Walz, they're definitely going to be tried or served, whatever, for, money crimes. But by the time their trial ends, either Vance or Rubio, either Vance or Rubio will be in the house. Okay. Yeah, either Vance or Rubio will be out of the house. Will be in the house. It'll be another Republican presidency, and at the rate that they're locking up these Democrats, and especially how they kicked a lot of them out of Congress, and they passed that SAVE Act where they can't rig elections anymore because, they really don't care if the illegals vote or not, because you see how in California they rigged the voting system with mail-in ballots, but that attorney general that's, investigating Gavin Newsom on so many things, but also he's handling not just the fraud out there, because he's the one who got that superintendent arrested. California superintendent, yeah, he's the one that got him arrested on charges. He's overlooking the voting. They're going through the votes because if you can per capita yourself into mail-in ballots, fake mail-in ballots, you're doing okay. You understand what I'm saying? This is why you still got votes. All those votes came in for that Indian chick who was just getting demolished when the voting was done, as far as in-state. But then in comes the mail-in ballots, and she just overtakes Spencer Pratt like by thousands and thousands of votes. of mail-in ballots for her. Like, you don't find that suspicious? Yeah, so that's why they're now investigating for voter fraud in California. And I mean, it's clearly obvious that's exactly what's going on. So it looks like they're cleaning up California from the inside. If they get that Republican governor, and they wound up before November, wound up having a primary between Pratt and what's the chick's name? I can't think of her name. Oh, Karen Bass. If they can get that Indian chick off the roster through voter fraud, which I believe they can before the primaries take place. And, it's not hard to run those socials. All those dead people and stolen social security numbers, they already know what's up. So all those votes that came in from her, all those mail-ins, they'll be deemed invalid. So he'll be back. I'm not worried about it. He'll be there in the primaries. That dude is working pretty fast out there in California. And if he can beat Karen Bass out as mayor, if he wins the primary, if he becomes mayor of LA, and then you also have a Republican governor, they're gonna start moving those illegals up out of there real quick. Them illegals and them cartel pot farms and all that stuff, all that, child labor and all that stuff, all human trafficking. You can forget it. They probably gonna start from the top of California all the way down to San Diego. All the way down. They just gonna march right through that mug. They gonna make California beautiful again. No more crowded freeways. Job market gonna be plentiful. Housing market. You see, it just came out today that Congress voted unanimously to bring down home prices. Yeah, so they're waiting on Trump. Put on Trump's desk. They waiting on him to sign it. As an executive order. And of course he's gonna sign it. That's why he was trying to get rid of the Fed chair. Because you need to bring down the rates. So this is a big first step. He's all about lower costs. So here you go. He's gonna sign that sucker into law. Boom. Send it back down to Congress. Is this my signature? Yes. Okay. Rubber stamp it. I doth decree. They're not playing. These people are not playing. I wanted to get into this, but like Todd Blanche, Cash Patel, RFK Jr., and more hold press briefing to announce fraud crackdown charges. Should I get into this? Should I make this a long one? I haven't done a long one in a while. Yeah, maybe this will help y'all get a better understanding of what I'm talking about. All right, let's go. Let's do it. Okay. Because, the biggest way to stop terrorism is to stop funding it. USAID, Board of Education, and other government programs that they shut down. Killing DEI, killed all the NGOs, left it up to the state, no more federal money. You stop funding terrorism, and as you can see, like I said earlier, you don't see all these protests going on all over the United States. You just now see them concentrated in Oregon and New Jersey, because a lot of these NGOs and the people who are funding them have been quietly getting arrested and shut down, and they're out of money.
Good morning, everybody. Today we are here to announce the results of the 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown. This announcement marks the greatest combined federal and state effort in combating healthcare fraud in history. Thanks to the leadership of President Trump and the Vice President and all those folks standing behind me and next to me, we are more united than ever before. This team is working tirelessly to take down fraudsters who steal from taxpayer-funded programs and prey on vulnerable Americans. When we talk about the team that's working on these cases, I want to give some context around that. There are 9 healthcare fraud strike forces that have been part of this effort, 57 U.S. attorneys' offices, 41 state attorney general's offices, not red states, not blue states, but both working together with the federal government. Multiple law enforcement agencies, including inspector generals, some of the agencies that are here with me on this stage. That's what we talk about when we say this is an all-government approach to combating fraud. It's not just the Department of Justice. It's not just HHS. It's all government, including working with our state and local partners. Today, we are announcing federal and state charges, all of which were charged or unsealed at some point over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days, coordinated nationwide action. Since June 8th, we've charged 455 defendants across 56, like I said a minute ago, U.S. attorneys' offices, and 45 U.S. states and territories. As alleged in the various indictments, these individuals participated in healthcare fraud schemes involving over $6.5 billion in false claims submitted to Medicare, Medicaid, and other healthcare programs. The team around me will get into more specifics, but here are a few points that stand out. In one,
I know I'm not gonna do this a lot, but this is what Sonny Holston's husband is caught up in, and her dumb ass said it on the broadcast, where she was saying she was fighting with insurance companies to get paid. You know, her husband was filing the claims, and she was fighting. They were like, yeah, like he's fighting with the insurance companies to get paid on the claims. And sure enough, they hit his ass with charges. Him and a bunch of other doctors in New York, like they were like hustling like cab drivers and whatnot, and filling out fictitious injury forms or injury claims. And you've got like this sophisticated network where if they get your information, you know, especially the elderly, it's easy. I don't know why it's so easy for them to get the elderly's information. I mean, because they volunteer it. They think that they're talking to a Medicare worker, and they confirm the information that's on the sheet, and then they ask you a few other personal questions like your social security number or whatnot. Once they get your social, they got you. They got your name. You done confirmed your address, and all we need now is your social. And then we can go ahead and start billing, fill out your Medicaid paperwork unbeknownst to you, and then start billing, list all of these ailments, and then just start billing your Medicaid, with false claims. Hundreds of thousands of dollars getting paid out to a fake insurance company. They're filing claims on your behalf. That's how they do it. That's how they're able to get it. Yeah. Sonny's husband is caught up in that racket. Allegedly. But he did get arrested for insurance fraud.
Indictment, we're bringing charges against a corporate executive in Arizona in connection to over a $1 billion fraud involving unnecessary wound grafts. This alleged scheme costs Medicare over $1 million per patient. In total, our indictment charges 11 defendants for over $2 billion in fraudulent claims in connection to alleged wound care schemes. The indictment also alleges that these individuals then used the taxpayer money to bankroll multi-million-dollar homes, luxury vehicles like a $135,000 Maserati, jewelry like an $865,000 Bulgari necklace,
Wow.
and to top it all off, to fund the construction of a $4.6 million hotel at a beach resort in the Philippines.
Oh my God.
We're taking back the money,
Woo!
the luxury cars, the jewelry, and these alleged fraudsters will face justice. The coordinated actions of the past 2 weeks have resulted in over $182 million in cash and other assets seized, making clear our healthcare fraud enforcement efforts generate a significant return on investment for our taxpayers. In terms of Medicaid fraud, we're able to announce today the creation of the West Coast Strike Force and the deployment of additional prosecutors, allowing us to bring charges against a record-setting 295 defendants.
Damn.
Our indictments allege over $518 million in Medicaid fraud between these individual defendants. You're going to hear from Director Patel in a moment, but apprehending alleged fraudsters remains a top priority of the Department of Justice and the FBI and our other law enforcement partners, including the DEA, who's here as well.
No, I said Trump got elected. I said the last place you're going to want to be is in front of a judge during his presidency, because, you know, they're going to throw the book at you. They're not going to play. They definitely felt that they needed to be tough on crime. That's why they got the guy, I think in Portland, the sheriff out in Portland or whatnot. They say if they catch your car, you out there doing them teen takeovers and whatnot, drag racing. If they catch you and catch the car, it's going straight to the crusher. It's going straight to the crusher. Told the parents, you better get your kids under control before you mess around there. You know, because some of these cars, not all those cars are stolen. Some of those are like family cars. Or it's in their mama name. They paid for it, but it's in her name. Like, you do understand this is going to be on her credit report. I mean, not that her credit report is anything to sneeze at, but it's just, you know, one more freaking headache that you've caused her. This money, like, she'll never get out of debt because of you and this stupid car that you bought it, but she put it in her name. So now she's stuck. But she know you ain't gonna pay it off. You got a little money and you went out and bought you a sports car and then got it crushed by the police because you out here showing out. Let us in my name. Boy, whoo. But yeah, Scott Bessent said it earlier this year. He said, he was like, look, he was talking about Minnesota, but he meant everybody. He said all 50 states are going to be under this. It's like, you know, we're going to take it all back. The houses, the cars, you know, even if it's overseas, like they don't care where it is in Africa, but they know where it's a concentration. Some country on the cusp of Somalia. It's like right on the border, like across the border. Yeah, they building houses and got cars out there and everything, like whole mansions in neighborhoods and stuff. Like, yeah, like we're seizing all of that back. Here and abroad, we're taking everything. That's what they're doing. Scott Bessent, that's what he said. He warned y'all. He said, we're going to find the money. We're going to get back every dime you stole. It's over.
At last year's takedown, a year ago, we charged multiple individuals for allegedly running a $10.6 billion medical equipment scheme using stolen identities to make false Medicare claims. Today, I can announce that earlier this month, we apprehended 2 of those defendants extradited from Estonia.
Damn.
Separately, over the weekend, we conducted the foreign transfer to custody of a defendant who is allegedly connected to another $3.7 billion in intended loss. I want to thank our tireless federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies who work hard every day and participated in these whole of government operations. This is just the beginning. Fraudsters can no longer rip off American taxpayers. If you seek to harm or cheat Americans, we will find you, seize any assets, and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over now to Secretary Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney General Blanche, and thank you to the White House Fraud Task Force, to Colin McDonald of the Justice Department, to Director Kash Patel of the FBI, to the HHS Office of Inspector General, Dr. Oz and the CMS team, and the investigators and law enforcement officers who brought these cases forward. President Trump directed this administration to confront healthcare fraud aggressively, and we are doing that. The 2026 National Healthcare Fraud Takedown uncovered $6.5 billion in alleged fraud, the second largest amount ever charged in a single healthcare fraud operation. The Department of Justice charged a record number of Medicaid fraud defendants. More than 440 defendants now face charges. This effort brought together federal agencies, state partners, and U.S. territories across the United States. 18 of the participating states, as Attorney General Blanche pointed out, were blue states with Democratic governors. Fraud does not recognize party lines, and neither does accountability. Today's cases include the largest Medicaid fraud enforcement action in the Department of history, 165 defendants charged with allegedly submitting more than $200 million in false claims to Medicaid. These schemes did not target government programs, they targeted the American taxpayer. They stole money from workers who pay taxes, from families who depend on Medicare and Medicaid, and from patients who trusted their healthcare professionals to be serving their health interests when it turns out they were just chasing money from our agencies. The allegations in these cases are particularly disturbing. Some defendants allegedly ordered medically unnecessary tests. Others prescribed products that patients did not need. Some allegedly fueled opioid addiction to increase their own revenue. In certain cases, patients allegedly died while believing they were receiving legitimate medical care from providers who only viewed them as billing opportunities. These defendants did not simply break the law, they violated the trust that patients place in medical professionals. One of today's indictments charged a hospice owner in Los Angeles area and two marketers in a $27.7 million Medicare fraud scheme. According to the indictment, the owner paid illegal kickbacks to obtain personal information of deceased Medicare beneficiaries. One of the ways that Colin and Dr. Oz have been chasing down hospice fraud, we've closed now 800 hospices in LA. And one of the ways that we've been able to detect that fraud is that in many of them, the patients never die. They live forever. That's not supposed to happen in hospices. And this particular owner was actually going out and purchasing names from coroners of dead patients and then billing us for those, making it appear that some of his patients were actually finally dying. And while taxpayers funded these false claims, the owner purchased a Rolls-Royce Phantom. That case illustrates exactly what is at stake. Every fraudulent dollar diverted into a criminal scheme is a dollar unavailable for patient care, for medical innovation, or for services for vulnerable Americans. During the Biden administration, my predecessor implemented two reforms at HHS. One of those was the so-called pay and chase system. We know when invoices come into my agency, we can tell that some of them are fraudulent or probably fraudulent. And the new system said, we're not going to stop those payments. We want everybody paid, and then we'll claw them back at the end. It was called pay and chase. And when I asked people, the careers at HHS, how could you do this? This is crazy, because of course we never claw back anything. They said that they were told to focus on enrollment and not fraud. The other thing that they did is to liquidate our program integrity office. So when my predecessor came into office, there were 80 people in program integrity, which is not enough. It's 50 states and 5 territories. And when I got in, there was only 6 left. So all of those people were transferred or let go, and we were literally doing no program integrity. And that opened up the floodgates for all of this fraud. $100 billion in fraud a year that are being stolen now from my agency. The federal government paid claims first and chased fraud after the money was out the door. And that approach, of course, failed taxpayers. We are ending it. HHS is replacing the old pay and chase system with a detect and prevent strategy that identifies suspicious claims before the taxpayer dollars ever leave the Treasury. We are deploying advanced artificial intelligence and data analytics to identify fraudulent billing patterns in real time, stop improper payments before they occur, and strengthen oversight across federal health programs. Our objective is straightforward: to stop the fraud before it happens. The people charged today should understand that we will continue expanding these capabilities, strengthening enforcement, and pursuing every credible allegation of fraud. If you exploit patients for profit, if you steal Medicaid or Medicare dollars, if you treat taxpayer dollars as your personal bank account, we will investigate you, we will build the case, and we will bring you to justice. We will find fraud, we will stop it, we will recover taxpayer dollars whenever the law permits, and we will restore integrity to the programs that millions of Americans rely on for their care. Thank you, and I now want to introduce Colin.
I know he's a rough
from the Justice Department.
He's a rough listen to, but you know, at least he's making sense. What's up, Carlson?
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Today's record healthcare fraud charges and arrests makes clear that there is no case too big, no scheme too complex, and no hiding place too remote for our fraud fighting team.
Blockchain.
In just 14 days, 455 defendants have been charged across the country for schemes involving over $6.5 billion in fraud. Under the leadership of President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Attorney General Blanche, the Department of Justice is aggressively scaling our offensive against anyone using healthcare as a front to steal from the American people. But today's cases allege more than the theft of taxpayer dollars. Many allege the theft of human dignity. Our sick, needy, and elderly, placing their faith in the gift of medicine, were neglected, ignored, and used for personal profit.
So he's
For example, one defendant is charged with conspiring to submit approximately $89 million in false and fraudulent claims for cardiovascular tests. This defendant allegedly used marketing tactics designed to prey on fears that student athletes could die from sudden cardiac arrest. He then allegedly rubber-stamped test results as normal without reviewing them. Despite one patient's test results showing an enlarged heart, the defendant allegedly signed off on the test results within approximately 11 seconds of accessing the 63 test result images. As a result, the student was cleared to play, and he suffered sudden cardiac arrest and died on the basketball court just weeks later. That is why we cannot and will not tolerate fraud in healthcare. How are we going about targeting fraud in healthcare? We are following the data. Data talks and data doesn't lie. It identifies where fraud is happening and unmasks the perpetrators driving it. For example, our data analytics team observed a dramatic spike in payments for allografts, from less than $1 billion in 2021 to over $14 billion just 4 years later. Our resulting investigations have led to criminal charges against 11 defendants across 6 districts for allograft fraud, including a company executive and 8 medical professionals. What happened here, to be clear, was not medicine. The defendants in these schemes purchased allografts for $30 to $75, inflated the price up to nearly 50 times that cost with the tab picked up by the taxpayers, and then secretly gave lucrative kickbacks for allografts applied. Marketers and nurses who took kickbacks targeted vulnerable hospice patients, making in many instances over $1 million per patient. These allograft fraud charges are the result of just one of our many data-driven initiatives. We are announcing today the first prosecution arising out of our Financial Intelligence Review Team, a cutting-edge effort to combine traditional data analytics with financial information. In less than 7 months, after identifying a suspicious behavioral health provider in Illinois, we brought charges against a defendant for a $67 million Medicaid fraud scheme. The defendant allegedly billed Medicaid for providing behavioral health services to patients who received no services and were actually even hospitalized at entirely separate health facilities at the time of the billings. Today is just the beginning of a new era of healthcare fraud enforcement. The Fraud Division's Healthcare Fraud Unit, which led today's nationwide takedown, is one of the best investments across the government, saving $106 for every dollar spent. And with the whole of government laser focused on rooting out fraud, under the leadership of the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, we are rapidly enhancing our fraud fighting capabilities. Today, we are announcing an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to obtain dedicated cloud computing space in the CMS's cloud environment to run real-time advanced analytical models to detect fraud. We are also announcing agreements with the Federal Trade Commission and Customs and Border Protection to eliminate data silos and enrich our algorithms. And we're coordinating with prosecutors, agents, and analysts from across state and federal government at a scale and scope that has never before existed until today. The era of getting rich off America's healthcare system is over. If you defraud the American people and put profit over patients, we will do everything we can to put you in prison. I'll now turn the podium over to a critical partner in our fight against fraud, Director Kash Patel.
Thank you. America, you should take a look. You should take a look at what leadership from the White House and the President Trump's prioritization to go after and combat fraud looks like. America should take a look at the Vice President's task force and the initiative by the Justice Department here under AG Todd Blanche and AAG Colin McDonald. Fraud is no longer being tolerated, it is not being put up with, and you've seen the staggering numbers that in just the last 2 weeks, that's all we're here to talk about today, is just the last 2 weeks of fraud, of perpetrators and criminals who have been arrested and apprehended from around the world, totaling over $6 and $7 billion in fraud, in money stolen from the American people. Our precious taxpayer dollars that are supposed to service our seniors and our kids were being stolen outright by individuals who thought they could get away with it. But thanks to the Trump administration and the Vice President's task force and the White House task force and the Department of Justice's courageous prosecutors, we have now been able to charge a record number of individuals. I just want to go over a couple of things. One such individual, the FBI is responsible for what we call foreign transfer of custodies, FTOCs. Last week, the FBI executed 4 FTOCs on 4 separate continents in 24 hours. We did this because we had the backing of the White House and the US government and the Department of Justice to go out and apprehend criminals wherever they are. One such individual related to fraud was apprehended in Turkey thanks to the relationships and partnerships between Ambassador Tom Barrack and the Turkish government. Mr. Hilmi was arrested after perpetrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud in Turkey, apprehended and transferred back to the United States of America while he faced prosecution. I also want to highlight the Vice President's brilliant idea to put together a most wanted fraudsters list. The FBI has always had our top 10 most wanted fugitive list. But in 2 weeks ago, I think we were all in Ohio where we announced our most wanted fraudsters list. And in just the last 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the American people and the world, we have apprehended 2 of the most wanted fraudsters already. One of those individuals, Herbert Leon Kimball, was apprehended in the Philippines. He's an American citizen. He had been bilking allegedly the system against Medicaid for billions of dollars since 2014, $1.2 billion in telemedicine specifically alone. That individual was apprehended in the Philippines and transported back to the United States of America, where he will now face justice. This is the reach of the United States government. This is the reach of this team, the interagency and state and local partners focused on one mission and one mission alone: to combat fraud and make sure the American public's precious taxpayer dollars go where they're supposed to go, to the American people that need them the most, and not to these criminals who are stealing from us day in and day out. Those days are over, and this should showcase to the world the length that we will go as an interagency and as a task force to apprehend and arrest and bring to justice anyone who steals our dollars that are meant for our most vulnerable citizens. We're also going to ask what we did in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, and we'll circulate it on social media later. We're adding 2 more individuals to the most wanted fraudster list. I said then, and I've said it before, the American people in the world are our best sources of information. There's no such thing as bad information. So if you have any information on Khalid Sitari, who is wanted for a $547 million genetic testing scheme, and we believe to be hiding in the United Arab Emirates, call 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Let us know. You saw what we did in just 2 weeks by apprehending 2 of the most wanted fraudsters. With your help, we will apprehend the rest of them. The last one is Emily Tai, who's also wanted in connection with the genetic testing scheme for allegedly stealing $90 million. And she was previously on an ankle monitor and fled, we believe, to Vietnam. So if the American public or anyone in the world has information on Emily Tai, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need your information. We need your help. And you have now seen what we can collectively do as an interagency under the Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the prioritization at the White House, that fraud will not be tolerated, that fraud perpetrators will be apprehended, not just across the United States of America, but from the 4 corners of the world. So we plead with you to give us any and all information that you have. And again, the only type of bad information is the one that we don't receive from you. So please call 1-800-CALL-FBI with any information on any of the fraudsters on our most wanted list. And this should be a clear message to the world that the FBI, along with our interagency partners, are not tolerating fraud anymore. And we will chase them down just like we chase down terrorists, narco traffickers, gangbangers, and those that wish to do harm to our communities, because this type of harm is equally as harmful to our most vulnerable. Thank you. And I now turn it over to our brilliant partner, Dr. Oz.
I mean, they pretty much gonna say the same thing except for the medical field, because I mean, you bring in Dr. Oz because I mean, the man had a TV show because he was good at what he did, had a radio show because he was good at what he did. You know, you don't get there by being a bum. So at any rate, yeah, he helped them with the algorithm to help point out the fraud. That's why he's there. That's why he's at the White House, also working with JFK on health and nutrition. Excuse me. In medicine. That's why they took all those chemicals out of the food. He had to get medical approval. So Dr. Oz is a man, just like who's the guy now? Tulsi Gabbard called him out. He got one of those auto pen pardons, which have been reversed. What is his name? Dr. Fauci. Yeah, that's why they looking to bring him up on charges for medical fraud, because he didn't put out the side effects of those COVID shots, which people were saying, and you're watching people drop dead on TV, sports players and announcers. Some survive, some don't. Some type of heart condition, which allegedly was traced back to the COVID vaccine, as well as various cancers. Yeah, so they looking to charge him for medical malpractice like that. Yeah, so Dr. Oz approves it, then it goes upstairs. Upstairs approves it. Cool, let's go. Some choices he needs Trump's signature on, some he can make without Trump's signature. But here it's best you sign off on it anyway. This is my decision. I just need you to sign off on it. All right. Some things got to go through Congress. Big stuff got to go through Congress. But at any rate, that's all they're going to do. They're just going to say they went through the records and we found this and we found that. But yeah, them doing this fraud chase, I mean, this is just them talking about hunting it down on the medical field. But at the same time, you've got other agents across the United States that are investigating everything and everybody for fraud. And when it comes to federal tax dollars, because like I said, this is your money. Like state tax, I mean, they can do whatever the hell they want to do. That's local money. But when it comes to federal programs like Medicare, Medicaid, welfare programs, stuff like that, yeah, we need to see where the money is going. Board of Education, superintendent getting arrested out in California. We need to see what you're doing with federal tax dollars. And we swear to God, if we find 1 red cent misspent, federal investigation, buddy. Federal investigation. And it's hard to beat the Fed case if they decide to charge you. Because the thing is, what the feds do, they gather evidence on their end from your connect. They gather it from your connect. And then they also gather it eventually through you. Because with your connect, they'll hit them with a search warrant, raid the business or whatever. Just like they're doing here, raiding the businesses. Who's your connect? Check your phone records, your computer records, and everything. Oh, this is your connect. And then eventually they just let you sit back, panic, connect with your connect. So then they just play hopscotch and work their way up the chain. It's like blockchain. Blockchain. Just work their way up the chain. Once they serve a search warrant on you, they see who you've been talking to. So then they serve a search warrant on you and tell you that this is what they know about your boss, because they'll scope them out, the next person up on the chain. And then it's just, they just work their way up the ladder, and finding out that they're working their way up the ladder. Mayors, governors, and Congress people, like literally, state attorney generals, like literally. By the time the midterms come around, you'll be lucky enough to field a freaking football team of eligible for Congress Democrats. They'll be so devoid of leadership, it'll be ridiculous. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, Hakeem Jeffries might survive his own. Chuck Schumer, you know, if he's smart, he's getting his money from the private sector and not from stealing government funds. The smart ones are getting their money from the private sector. It's easier to have a tax write-off than to explain how you got this and can't come up with a credible source. At least not one that'll hold up in court. I was getting this money from the Exxon Corporation because I was giving them spiritual counseling. To the tune of $60,000 per counsel. Yes, this is in my spare time. You see, I got my tax return. I filled it out right there. See, yeah, I have missed it every year, past 5 years. I've been filing my taxes on this money. This is quote unquote legit. They really just paying me to, come out the woodwork and do their dirty work. But, see, the paychecks are regular because that's when I go out there. They got me on retainer. My retainer is $60K a month. Or some crap like that. They paid me the $2 million in retainer, so I'll always show up when they call. Yes, pay my taxes. See, yeah, I come when they call. But it's not often. Only if there's trouble in the factory, or somebody in the front office done File the claim. Outside of that, no, yeah, I'm good. Life is sweet. I'll roll out of bed till noon. Let me stop. Yeah, so you'll see a lot of that. They'll be going after a lot of those people because they're going to find out, or at least the ones who are doing it under the table. They're going to snatch a lot of them up, and a lot of them are Democrats. Fortunately, unfortunately, yeah, there's going to be some Republicans that's going to get caught up in it too. You know, I ain't biased over here. If your goofy self got caught up with your hands in the cookie jar, you go. Hey, Grandpa's belt is does not judge. It only corrects. Yeah, get in line. Get in line. Take your punishment. Yeah, so you got Act Blue, you've got foreign investors, you've got the stealing of government, well, what they call government kickbacks. And false billing. They coming after you. You're coming, they're prosecuting you to the person. They're persecuting you to the fullest extent. I won't say farthest. The fullest extent of the law. It's over. That's why, well, why does this tie into the title? Because the Democrats are the Dixiecrats who are the Confederates, and the Confederates swore that the South would rise again. And they've teamed up with communists, which are the Asians, Islamists, Middle Easterners, and Africans, and the cartels, which is the South Americans, to take control of the U.S. government under the guise of, because socialism sounds great to them. When you're greedy, you want to have way more than anybody else. So if you're a rich communist living in communism, I mean, in all honesty, you're royalty. And those without are just peasants who work for scraps. Meanwhile, you get to ride around in your luxury cars and fly on your private yachts. You live the high life because you got money, while everybody else, the average common man, is poor. Because there are no jobs. Crime is rampant. Food is scarce. Because when they bring in $5 million for a grocery store, you'd be lucky if, you see $1 million of that just trying to go into produce. $1 million is not enough to cover everything that you need. Especially when you got operating costs. You'd be lucky if they even send the money at all. Say, oh, it's delayed, but they done stole the whole check. Or gave you a penance. Here's $500,000. Right, but I'm 2 months behind on rent and I have no produce. Like, by the time you give me this money, I place the order. Stuff won't be coming in for maybe a couple of days on delivery. They got to pack it in order to ship it. If they got it. I'm behind schedule. By the time the stuff come in, people quickly snatch it up. That's why in Cuba they have rations. That's why in socialist countries they have grocery stores like that. That's run by the state. They have ration cards. If you're rich in a communist country, socialist country, you don't have to worry about a ration card. You can afford to go to a free market. You're not concerned about the job market outside of your employees who you're barely paying a living wage to, because you broke up all the unions. I'm just telling you what's popping. I'm just telling you what's popping. Yeah, you rather live under that? Well, thank you. Yeah, they're gonna find out how a lot of these Democrats got their money. They're digging into their finances. Trust me. I mean, Gavin and Waltz are the big fish, but they're going after some others too. I mean, Ilhan Omar. She said in the period her husband went from being filthy rich to now only being worth $300 or some crap like that. Talking about some corrective tax return chick. It'd been best if you just left it alone. But here you are now. You're publicly trying to cover up your crime as if there's not a digital record. This winery that nobody could ever get any wine from. No employees are in the building. The phone goes straight to a busy signal or a voicemail. Lot empty as hell. Don't even produce wine. $30 million. Where that money come from? You went from $8,000 to now $30 million? As far as worth? How'd that happen? She put it on paper. Then tried to erase it. Oh my God. I was guaranteed whooping when you got homeschooled. You hanging up the phone, I had to talk to the teacher. Best yet, come home from school. Yes, I talked to your teacher today. I was at work. Yeah, I had to step away and she told me 15 minutes, some little scheme you pulled. You about to get towed up for that one. If your parent care, you about to get towed up for that one. No, but because that's intentional. It's not accident. Like, I mean, damn, you thought it out. Whose kid are you? At any rate, no, these people got to go. You got to clean them out. You got to clean them out. Best way to clean them out is to run a forensic audit. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. Scott Besson said it. He said, we're going to claw back every dime. Like, because, I mean, it's not like they're out here taking people out physically or whatnot. They're just stealing the money. So just, get money from foreign interests. So just follow the money. Start with their bank accounts. Start with the money. Remember when Elon was in charge at Doge, or was the face of Doge or whatnot? And what it was, they didn't want him to go into the Social Security numbers, because they knew that once he was able to go into the Social Security numbers at the Social Security office, he could then go into their bank accounts, because that was one of the other big things that they didn't want Elon Musk to be able to do. Is, I mean, not only be able to use their Social Security numbers, but also to keep him out of their bank accounts, because they knew that he was going to run a forensic audit. So they put a freeze on that. And that day that he left, had this hissy fit quit with Trump. The next day, SCOTUS said that Doge could have access to Social Security numbers. The next day, the SCOTUS reversed the decision. Because sure, I mean that's going too far for with Elon, even though he owned PayPal and had your social security numbers, but he left PayPal because of conflict of interest. He sold his shares, so he doesn't have access to that stuff anymore. But at one point, you trusted him. Matter of fact, you still trust him because you didn't do away with Tesla products. You still drive around your Tesla car and whatnot, and still using I'm about to say Skynet, Starlink. You're still using Starlink. Like, stop it. Got Tesla solar panels. Stop it. You still trust them with your social security number. But, for the sake of national security and integrity of the American citizen, it's like, nah, we're not going to let you, a South African, be able to have access to that information. We'll grant it to Doge after you leave, depending on, if who we really feel is in charge of Doge. You're just taking the heat off of her by being the face of it. That's cool. We appreciate that. But if it looks like she's doing a good job, then we'll transfer it over. We won't need you. Maybe we'll give it to somebody else. Maybe we'll give it to nobody. Maybe we'll give it to the collective. Till then, ooh. They clawing all of that back. Every single penny. You'll be lucky. You won't be surprised, or maybe you will be surprised at how many Democrats will be facing subpoenas based on fraud. Again, the Republicans too. But don't be surprised. And this is like before the primaries. You can call it political warfare all you want to. The smoking gun is the money. It's not accusations of you cheated on your wife, so I'm gonna throw you in jail for that. No, like, this is fraud. This is federal taxpayer money. I can do this. This is my job, to be fiscally responsible. I know for decades we haven't been, but I am. I'm the fiscally responsible president. So get your ass in them cuffs. Duck your head, please. Get in the car. You can't be mad at that. And the messed up part about it is that it's the South's fault. It's their fault that they lost. Like, you're the same people that tried to storm the gates of the White House while it had its most highest security detail dispatched to it all year. Okay, the highest concentration of protection was there on that day, and you call yourself trying to use drone bombs and foot soldiers to storm the gate. I mean, I can see where you're going. If you just start bombing the crowd, then there's mass chaos. The people get out, get in the way of the agents. So while they're sitting up here trying to dodge bombs from the drones, this is allegedly, of course, and you're trying to, keep the crowd together while at the same time trying not to get hit, depending on what you feel is best. Either you're going to put the people first, you're going to put yourself first. You won't know until the bombs start dropping. At any rate, now you've got this force of people, armed people, charging at you with guns, and they're shooting their way in. Just do understand, when you're dropping bombs on innocent people, you're killing innocent and maiming innocent people to obtain a panic objective. So therefore, the forces are overwhelmed trying to do crowd control. So then you come storming in and you're shooting everything in sight. Because if you're gonna drop bombs on random people indiscriminately, no matter what race they are, you're just gonna cause mass panic. You feel that, can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, as far as like, people of color or whatnot. What you doing here anyway? Some crap like that. So, they dehumanize you as they blow you up, as they watch bombs blow up on your faces. They got that shit. The FBI shut all that down before they could even call themselves trying to power up the Jones and get them off the ground. The FBI shut them down bright and early in the morning. Arrested all of them. Like I said, it traces back to a member of Congress, allegedly. But yeah, they shut it down. They shut it down before it even got off the ground. Trust me, you're not getting that in a socialist country. Foxy might be good. Yeah, false, excuse me. The feds will watch you for years before they come get you. Like they've been locking up the PPP loan fraudsters too. Yeah, speaking of PPP loan fraudsters, the little black lawyer outside, the courthouse, the Carmelo thing, talking about some digital lynching or whatever the hell she was saying. Yeah, that chick is not even allowed to practice law in Texas because she was tried and convicted for committing a PPP loan fraud. She had some type of like salon business or something, some BS little business boutique, and she got the PPP loan because they were the business loans on her business, saying she had this many employees and all of this stuff, and they gave her the check, the money, because they wasn't really asking no questions with PPP loans. That's how bad Biden had made it. He opened the gates on it, opened the floodgates on it. So yeah, she got tried and convicted for her fraud. Yeah, so they stripped her license, or at least suspended her or whatnot. But yeah, she doesn't practice. Put like this, she doesn't practice law in Texas, not anymore. Her license is invalid in Texas. So it's not only Dominique Alexander, the one dude that was the pedo, Charleston White, but now you got her out there sounding no crazier than the chick all up on the camera with the screw face. I was like, he got that fan in his head. Yeah, she right up there with her. Shit is wild. Are you losing your job over this? How you losing your job over this? You know how dumb you have to be to lose your source of income over a tweet, over a social media post? Or better yet, the one girl, the salon worker, I guess the chick that was talking the political stuff was white because she was over in another chair. She wasn't even near the chick, but she was within earshot. So she's talking to her stylist because, it's just like sometimes when you go to the barber, you might have a conversation with your barber. Not everybody does it, but some people do. Or like when you go and get a drink, you have a chat with the bartender. If the bartender stays to have a chat with you. Normally they do that at smaller bars. Because good Lord, I work bartending, and believe me, they're every party, some man is lingering and telling me about, his family problems. I mean, I try to give him, the brother from another mother, but I try to get him, pound the shoulder, hang in there or whatnot, because it's not for me to judge another man's marriage like that, so personally, because I know really all he's doing is just venting. These dudes, I mean, I'm talking about Indian dudes. They be spending they be renting out whole banquet halls. They have a whole banquet, like literally with a buffet and everything. DJ, bartender, putting on performances. Like the girls will put on like a dance. The dudes will do a dance. I mean, it's just like 1-year-old's birthday. Like, I kid you not, 1-year-old's birthday. 11-year-old's birthday, 36-year-old's birthday, 24-year-old's birthday. Oh, you're going off to college. You graduated high school. I mean, they be having ceremonies. You understand? They culture be popping. They make a big deal out of everything. So I work a lot of them. Yeah. Like, wow. Yeah. I mean, they be going all out. The Mexicans do it too, but we don't get a lot of Mexicans and the Chinese. The Mexicans, they stick to their own, but the Chinese, the Asians, not necessarily Chinese, but the Asians, occasionally we'll get work with them. Like for those type of parties, it's normally Indians and Asians, and then for when we work a reception, like a wedding reception or whatnot, or some type, wedding left. We work a wedding reception. It's usually white or Asian. It's usually white or Asian. I don't know what the Indians do. I never worked an Indian wedding reception, but I guess they keep that more private or whatnot, but more inclusive, however you want to call it. But yeah, it's usually white or Asian that's getting married. Like, I think it's I know there was that one, I told the story before, there's one wedding reception. It was a black one. It was a really nice place, way out, like we don't be in the city. Like, we go like an hour or so out of the city, you know what I'm saying, where the money at. These little townships or whatnot. At any rate, they be having these nice venues. But this one chick, she had a nice venue, about an hour out, and she was like in her 30s, and she had a 10-year-old son. That dude was smart as a whip. He had his own business going. I gave him some business advice on that. The people were like, he was having runners, but the runners was stealing the money. So I told him what he need to do. He need to have the runners bring the money to him before he hand over the product. Because, the runners would say, oh, I got a customer, give me a candy bar. And then they'll bring them back the money. Well, they may go and sell the candy bar and keep the money. That was his issue. And I'm like, no. You make them reverse. Make them bring you the money first before you handle the product. So that way, if they steal the product, that's between them and the customer. They can tell me I'll hire another runner, but it's not coming out of my pocket. You know what I'm saying? So get the money first and let them, they're not stealing the product. They've already bought the product from you. Whether they deliver it or not is really not necessarily your direct problem. It's best y'all come see me in person. If you want your candy, come see me in person. You know where I'm at on the third period. I mean, I'm just saying. I gave him some advice, but at any rate, the mother was marrying this dude who clearly looked like he may have, just got out of prison maybe about 2-3 years ago. He had a neck tattoo, the bald head, posture, you know, some dude that's, you know, his whole life is in and out of prison. He think he tough because, you know, he been in and out of prison. Like a lot of county lockup, more county lockup than like, you know, state, definitely federal. But no, he looked like he was a state, lockup, one of them type of dudes. She was marrying him. I know there's a point to the story. When it came time to reception, because it was like I could see where I was sitting, where my bar was, I could see the, you know, them getting married or whatnot. I could see the seating. And I noticed that her seating looked kind of thin, but I wasn't sure because the groom's family was seated in the row first, but it didn't, the head count looked funny because of her side, but was physically blocked by her people. They sat before her row from where I was standing, cut it short. So I wasn't sure what was going on, but it wasn't until the reception where it seemed like one side of the table, it was 8 tables. One side of the room, the right side, was just filled with people, but the left side was empty. Like maybe one table had barely 8 people at it, which was, you know, near her table, like reserved for, you know, her close friends and family. But meanwhile, the other 3 were completely bare. Her side of the family did not show up to that wedding. And I don't blame her. Like, you're a career businesswoman, you know, your son, smart, well-read young man, trying to start his own business. He's 10. And you bringing this Antonio into your house. This is who you marrying? I wouldn't show up neither. Like, are you crazy? I'm not supporting this. Once I saw who was about to be a stepfather, whatnot, because we was rapping at the bar, I'm just listening to him tell me he's about his business. I'm giving him feedback. So I say, kid was sharp as a whip. He's very well read. The dude walk up, kind of like, you know, what's the problem? Like, no problem. Like, little man talking business. What's up? You know what I'm saying? I knew that kid was in trouble, but the truth of the matter was that he wasn't really speaking to me like that. He was talking to the kid. I just responded because I thought, you know, I know he's not talking to a kid like that. He probably talking to me like that. It seemed weird, but no, he was talking to the kid because he was looking at the kid when he said it. This is why I looked back at the kid and I saw they had. I was like, what is he looking at? I looked, like, he's talking to me. I looked, I saw he had locked eyes with the kid because the kid was locked eyes with him, and the kid looked at me and then back at him. I looked back at him and he's still staring at the kid. Like, he was mad at him. I was like, damn, like, I bet you that kid in that house, you know what it is? That kid make him feel small. No, they didn't agree with that union. But I can tell you right now, that kid make him feel small because at such a young age, he appeared to be well behaved. He was very bright young man. You know, like one of them TV show actor, bright young men. Seem like they don't get out of pocket or whatnot. It's unnatural for them to be out of bed late type of things. You know what I'm saying? Very studious. He does his homework, plays his video games, chats with whatever friends he has. And he eats dinner and goes to sleep. A good kid. He's not causing trouble. Yeah. I bet he made Thuggo stepdaddy feel real uncomfortable. Because he know that, you know, if he had this could have been him. Plus, you know, in all honesty, really, the only reason why they with a chick like that and agree to marry her because, you know, she's agreed to keep funding the 3 hots in the cot while he do whatever. He's cucked her. He's a kept man, whatever you want to call it. She like him way more than he like her. She's just happy to have somebody in the house as a single mother. Yeah, I get it. outside of her son. Because in all honesty, she can't even talk to him. If he's talking like that, you call yourself being a business chick or a career woman, and you're sitting up here having conversations with your son about business, and he's sounding more logical at 10 years old. That didn't click in for you. The logic train didn't click in for you until you was like maybe 16, 17 years old. Sometimes maturity, you like to say the girls mature faster. Sometimes that might be it. It's just that, you know, how they use it is up to them. Good or bad, right or wrong, whatever. How they use that adult lock-in is up to them. Some of them never reach that adult lock-in. Some of them stay a child forever. But those who get the adult lock-in, yeah, that's up there. Hopefully they don't disappoint. I mean, because they are somebody's daughter. So I hope that man doesn't influence the kid to be a menace. I don't think he will. That kid seems smarter than that. If anything, I'm more so afraid of that kid's physical safety than psychological. I mean, that kid, he could probably try to tell that kid to sag his pants or whatnot. You could tell just by off rip that kid was like a little black Alex P. Keaton. He was not with that. He was not going to be with that at all. Yeah, I was more, like I said, I was more so afraid of that kid's physical safety than his mental. He seems strong mentally, but not, you know, you never know what type of person you moving into that house. The other black reception, that was actually pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I don't have any bad memories about it. But it was cool. It was cool. It was no different than like the white receptions. You know, pretty much the same music outside of a few songs. But yeah, we had a good time. I mean, I guess I say all that because of culture. You know, because of culture. If our culture supported positivity because of positivity, we'd have more, you know, black cookouts and whatnot and everything where, you know, maybe you rent a bouncy house for the kids or, you know, maybe, because, I mean, let's be honest, if you're doing cookouts, everybody there, at least the dude that's manning the grill that's holding the cookout is over the age of 40, so he ain't trying to do nothing physical. If anything, it's probably scotch and cigars or something like that, or good cuts of meat or a fancy grill, you know, an excuse to grill. Men will show off a good grill. Don't be mistaken. Yeah, let him have it. Stay out the way. But you know how it is with us. We come together, you know, play cards, play spades, all that stuff. You know, somebody telling family stories. I mean, we have a culture. We have a good culture. You know, person telling us family stories. I mean, they talking about grandma or something that, you know, your aunt or uncle or your parent done did, and it's funny. Like, yeah, like, you know, let me tell you what your mother did one time. Like, oh God, no, don't tell the story. You know, things like that. Oral traditions. We have a good culture. The thing about it is that it's not being promoted. It's not being promoted. It make us look so bad. It make us look so bad. These crimes out here, man, they just, I know we're not individually responsible for what somebody else has done, but they are not helping. For anybody that's really, want to be race conscious, understand shootouts on Juneteenth, and you more so worried about some grainy videotape than you are about the shootout in Chicago on Juneteenth. I mean, you just might be a racist. That I mean, if that is not the epitome of really black violence, not just black on black, but just black period. And I'm not here to scold about black on black crime and everything. I mean, you see the videos for yourselves. You see the news stories for yourselves. They be making national headlines, but they get no traction. None. The apathy is incredible. I guess if it ain't racial, it ain't worth talking about. Or in the case of the left, able to be extorted for money. You say accountability is something many of us are afraid to face. Yeah. I'm just sitting up here thinking, I'm like, they're crushing cars at these takeovers. What else? They're cutting back on welfare and Medicaid, as you saw, and whether it's SNAP, food stamp, Section 8, all that stuff. They're cutting back on that. Like 2027 is your last year to be on it. That's the deadline for everybody. He said he's going to give you a 2-year grace period in order for you to get your stuff together. But after 2027, if you are fit and able-bodied, then you're going to be off. It's only supposed to be, he said, on a permanent, on a quasi-permanent basis, whatever. For the elderly, the physically unable to work because of mental or physical illness. Not because, you can't stop sobbing because your cat died. But I mean, like, serious diagnosed, can't function in society type of mental illness. And the veterans. That's what it's going to be for after 2027. You ain't got your stuff together. Look, they got a crime bill for you. They got a crime bill for you. Excuse me. Will the FBI be busy? Yeah, they'll be busy, but they'll have time to get to you. You say if there were 2 black teens involved at the track meet, yeah, well, maybe it would have been a national story, but it would have been a blip on the radar, like everything else has been a blip on the radar. And apparently some black chick hung herself in the woods. Blip on the radar. Because we worried about somebody who clearly stabbed somebody to death. Didn't say Not that he meant to do it. I gave my theory early in the show. But yeah, not that he meant to do it, but this is just how it turns out. Yeah, that 35 years, that the thing about it is, you know what it really is? It's a precedent setter. It's a precedent setter. Because the dad didn't want to make it about race. He didn't feel it was about race because why would it be about race? It had nothing to do with race. But to black people, it was about race. And it's like, you really think that Carmela was thinking about 400 years of oppression and slavery and Jim Crow laws and Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all this stuff before he provoked Austin Metcalf into a fight where he stabbed him? You really think that was running through his mind? This is for Harriet Tubman. No. So what the hell are you talking about? It's not about race. It's about a kid's foolish action that landed him 37 years in prison, 17 and a half in good behavior. Yeah, I see why they would want to appeal, but this judge is not the appealing judge. Plus, you have to find a reason to appeal because they ran that case by the book. That case was airtight because it was open and shut. Y'all worry about the $15,000 lawyer like it was open and shut. Well, there was nothing he could defend. The Anthony situation had so much misinformation like I've never seen before. Right. That crap was ridiculous. Like, dude, wait, what? What are the bona fide people that were actually in there, not Boom Shika with an iPhone? Talking, I was in there and they was jumping him. Like, no, stop lying. Get out of here. Show us the ones who actually came in. Okay. What happened? Yeah, there was no jumping. It was a quick boom boom. The witnesses said that they was trying to get him up out of there. They was asked him about 15 times. You know, he didn't want to leave. He started talking violent, threatening violence. Austin, team captain, because that's what he was, a team captain, you know, just happened to be coming back to the tent, and then it was like, wow, like, what is this? Whether somebody went to go get him or not. Like the text message from the teacher said, you're in charge today. I'm busy. Okay, coach. He's team captain. At any rate, not making excuses for why he put his hands on him, but understand he's the team captain. He's in charge. You go up there, the kid don't want to leave. People are arguing with him. Whoa, man. Why don't you just go and get up out of here? Touch me and, you know, whatever. Well, now he has 6 lawyers on the case. He's getting out. Yeah, okay. 6 lawyers, 6 vampires. Let's see, I ran track in high school and college, and I've never seen a teammate clean their cleats with a knife. Right. Oh, my God. He ain't getting out. This is what I'm saying. The case was they were so airtight with the jury, all white jury. It was not an all white jury. You had some Asians and Hispanics, and I think an Indian up in there. The jury was peers. Peers don't mean they got to be the same race of you. It just means that these are, you know, the people who live in this town, your peers. Shit. Had nothing to do with race. Plus, I really do believe that person who said I couldn't, who wrote on the forum or said that I can't throw another black person in jail, I really do believe they wrote that to get out of jury duty. No way in hell was he going to be qualified to serve on a jury writing some stupid stuff like that. And I really do think that was intentional to get out of jury duty. I mean, let's be honest. And you probably had 2 chicks copying off of her, and now you got another stupid protest. Whatever. But in all honesty, if I was Jeff Metcalf, I'd start filing lawsuits. I'd definitely file one on Dominique Alexander first and foremost for going out here and spreading lies about, my family, about me and my family. I mean, slander is spoken. I got you with many recordings where you're coming after me for something I had nothing to do with. Like, you act like I'm the murderer. Getting his house swatted. I mean, the most disgusting thing I saw though was after the verdict was read, when they was going to their car for the final time leaving the courthouse, and people were wishing that his other son had been stabbed too, that they both should have been up out of there. That it was, that his son was a bully or whatnot and all this crap. Like, you know what? You goddamn right. The second the gag order is lifted, I'm calling you a watermelon felon too. I mean, that's just something that's creative, but still, it's stuck. I'm gonna make sure every word I call you sticks. Yeah, Carmelo ain't getting out. Yeah, swatting is illegal, and they did it to him twice. They harassed him and his family throughout, ever since it happened. If anybody had a reason to move and get $600,000 in GoFundMe, it was the Metcalfs. Their family was the victims here. But he never did that. He never opened up a GoFundMe. He told the one white supremacist guy or the racist guy, like, hey, this ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't stand for this. I don't approve of what you're doing. Don't use my name to promote this garbage. Remember he said that on the speakerphone? Yeah, he was still trying to keep the peace. But once everything was over, he lifted the gag order. Oh my God, my dude went off, and I don't blame him. And Carmelo Anthony's father is, to me, a functioning illiterate, allegedly. I mean, if you read some of his text messages between him and the reporter, Sarah Fields, I mean, dude, himself, HISSELF. No. It's not how you spell himself. Good Lord. I mean, this dude was a functioning illiterate to me. Allegedly. I don't know what the hell was up with her mother. I mean, she was just hamming it up. My daughter can't sleep at night because her brother is a murderer. Like it's society's fault. Yeah. Whenever people said that, you said, I think Anthony family should have let Jeff Metcalf in the press conference to pray with them. I think Anthony could have gotten a lighter sentence. Yeah, all he had to do was just show contrition and remorse. And that's all Jeff Metcalf wanted to do was come up there and, pray with them and sit down and have a talk about the situation. Try to figure out what happened. Like, why did this happen? What did your son say? Because this is what my boy is saying. This is what he's saying happened. So what is your son saying what happened? When y'all only got to talk to him, have a one-on-one, what did he say? And then you work it out as a family. Because, I mean, you going to jail for what you did. You committed murder, but you can get a lighter sentence if you show contrition and explain yourself. And none of that happened. So 35 years. Because he didn't show contrition. And because they wouldn't put him on the stand, he didn't defend himself. So they did him no favors. But from my understanding, the reason why he put him on the stand is because he, even though he got a 3.7 grade point average, he's a special needs student. He's a mental special needs student. You know, as far as like socially. I mean, you see how he switched up on the police body cam. He put his hands on me. I do that too. You know, he crying like a little stuck pig. But when they get him in the car, start asking him questions, suddenly he's all normal and everything. You know, like he didn't do nothing. Anthony spokesman, yeah, Dominique Alexander. Yeah, Dominique Alexander did Carmelo Anthony no favors. But understand, they went with Dominique Alexander because that little rustic area, whatever, that they're from, that middle class area that they're from, clearly is where a black area. Because why in the hell else would you hear about this guy talking about the community leader unless you're running in that circle where people see him as, you know, their very own Dr. Umar? You know, a lot of black neighborhoods have that type of guy. He may not live in your neighborhood, but he's known in your neighborhood. If you wanted, you're them. If you want to get out, reach out and touch with them, all you gotta do is just put the word on the street. Tell the good Reverend Dr. Dominique Alexander, we looking for him. You know, with these fake titles like Cheyenne Bryant. Allegedly. Yeah. Yes, I am here. Well, this is what it's gonna cost you. Good. All right. I get to preaching for you first thing in the morning. Gotta make sure the transfer clear. I believe that's how they got up with Dominique Alexander. There's no way in hell you knew that person just right off rip. And the thing about a community leader is that you're supposed to be trying to unite people together no matter what. Because, I mean, when they say the diversity is our strength, they don't mean you bring your shitty third world country over here and practice it. But, you know, practice the good parts of your culture, leave the bad parts behind, and we'll all live in harmony. Simple as that. That guy has a crazy rap sheet. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier in the broadcast. Like, he a woman beater. He more so a woman beater than he is a baby shaker. It's just that the baby was, you know, is an innocent. It can't protect itself. Not that the women could either, you know, but, you know, they're adults. The baby shaker is much more graphic than just calling him a woman beater. And the worst thing possible happened. He brain damaged the child. He went to prison for it. He did his time. But this is your spokesperson. A guy that can't even pronounce, the irony. The guy who couldn't even pronounce Metcalf. This is your representative because, you know, he's supposedly came cheap, but then his prices went up. It's wild. I mean, that's really it. Democrats are being decimated by the federal government under Trump. Snatched their money, shutting down their organizations, and indicting their fellow members, Democrat of power, Democrats, including governors and Congress people. There you go. I mean, it's crazy. There won't be nothing left of them to call themselves trying to stop any Republican president, probably for at least the next 3-4 elections, unless they drop all this communism crap. Yeah, it could have been avoided. Damn it, y'all threw me off. All right, the South is finished, and then socially, it is what it is. It is. Matter of fact, hold on. Okay. Before I go, I knew it was another subject that I wanted to get on. I want to touch on. This has nothing to do with necessarily like global politics or anything, but sports politics. All right, I'm a Browns fan. I am on record for saying a couple years ago, I said, if the Browns take Shedeur in the draft, something is wrong with Shedeur. I said that. I'm on record in saying that pre-draft and during the draft. And of course, they took him in the 5th round. And of course, he played like crap. Sure, he made some plays. But overall, outside of those plays, he was just terrible. I mean, terrible. Terrible. Went 3-4 down the stretch. We really should have lost 2 of those games. But the defense, of course, is the reason why we had 5 wins regardless. The defense beat those teams. The defense beat the Packers like single-handedly. Defense put up 7 points. Defense put up a touchdown. Special teams was able to kick a field goal for the Browns to win 10-7 because the defense forced a turnover in field goal range. I mean, that's how bad the Browns offense was. But he was just as terrible. I mean, normally around late in the season, that's when people find their groove and they out there just playing for fun because they're eliminated from the playoffs. So they sneak in some wins, maybe. That's what we're dealing with here with, Shedeur's record. The only game that he actually showed some grit in where you could not necessarily give all the credit to the defense was the Cincinnati game, but the defense did get the turnover and he was able to march down the field to get him in field goal range and he won that game. But that was because of the defense getting the turnover. But they've been winning like that anyway, so this was nothing special. For them, this was nothing special. Like, we held the games we win, even the games we lose. We get to stop. What you do with the ball is up to you. Yeah, he was able to get him in field goal range and get the game winner. It take nothing away from him. Nothing away from his accomplishments, but here's the issue. Deshaun Watson is healthy. Deshaun Watson is in training camp with you. Well, mini camp with you. And there's no clear-cut favorite as far as who's going to be the starting quarterback. Because Deshaun Watson is just that bad. They're saying that he's looked no better than ever since he came to Cleveland, which means that there will be no Houston Deshaun Watson. We're getting Cleveland Deshaun Watson. Like, he's just gone. So you're telling me that you have a quarterback battle between Shedeur and Deshaun, but in all honesty, all roads point to Deshaun, not so much because he's the better player, like by leaps and bounds, but he's a little bit better. He's better enough than the guy you got in the 5th round last year. That's a fan favorite, but doesn't measure up on the field because the Browns got some new offensive weapons. They got 2 badass wide receivers in Boston and Concepcion. They got Harold Fannin at tight end. He a pass catcher. That dude, the baller. You rebuilt the offensive line, so now you've got some protection and some depth. And Quinshon Judkins is back, so you got a running attack. Please tell me why, if you're so good, why are you in a quarterback battle competition with Deshaun Watson, who's been absolutely abysmal, but you're in a quarterback battle with him? And you're losing. You're losing. You all that mouth you was having, and you can't even beat out surgical shoulder twice on his plant foot, right Achilles, throwing wild passes. He'll hit some good ones, then come a flurry of bad ones. You can't beat him out. Trust me, Monken is ready to name a starter heading into training camp. He's got to name a starter heading into training camp. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why they're saying all roads seem to be pointing to Deshaun Watson, because Shedeur even worse. Yeah, he's been working hard, but just because you work hard, you work hard on your cardio. You're not going to grow massive 42-inch python guns. It does nothing for your arms. You can work hard, but you're not working hard smartly. You out here shivering, wait on your mom to open the car door. Get the hell out of here. So the rumor was out. So it would be dope for the Browns to win the Super Bowl. You say the tape from last year don't show him being bad. Yeah, that's because the tape is chopped up and edited. I'm a Browns fan. I pay the fucking $87 to watch these games on YouTube TV. Trust me, he was terrible. Y'all, like I said, he had flashes of some big plays. That's the highlights that y'all see. That's the tape that y'all see. But we're watching the every, 2nd and 4, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 18. You know what I'm saying? 1st and 10, 1st and 5. What do you mean, cap? I got a whole Browns channel called Raw Dogs Radio. That's cap. Okay. Nope. See, this is why I don't want Shedeur in Cleveland. The fan club is ridiculous. His fan base is ridiculous. It's like Angel Reese and Bronny James is fans, except he's the NFL version of Reese and Bronny as far as the fan club. Like, you can do no wrong. I mean, they really think me bounds is a Hall of Fame stat. Like, if you get me bounds, it's because you're missing the shot. If you're leading the league in me bounds, I mean, damn, y'all, they ripped Atlanta off 2 first-round picks for that. I knew they was gonna fleece somebody on that Angel Reese deal when they fleeced Atlanta. But I digress. Yeah, he's the NFL version of that. And it just sucks that he's on my team. But there's rumors that came out today that, you know, teams were calling ready to trade him, you know, to trade for him. You say, dude, the team was shit last year and he did pretty good with a shit roster. No, he didn't. That other quarterback had no business starting. You talking about Dylan Gabriel? Dylan Gabriel actually played way better than Shedeur did, even though he was a dink and dunker. Because if you notice, with Shedeur's tape, the tape that you're talking about, it was a few throws that he made downfield to Isaiah Bond. Isaiah Bond dropped one of them, like the first one he ever threw to him, but he caught the other ones. The one in the Raider game, and I think it was one in Cincinnati, and it was another one. I think it was the third one that he did, because I know he threw like three good deep bombs. One of them wasn't really a bomb, though. It was like a medium range type of bomb, like maybe like 30 yards or something like that. But like I said, outside of that, he was terrible. The only reason Watson was started is because of all that dead money. Right, that's what I'm saying. They owe Watson, I think, $80-something million this year, and then they're out from under his contract. He's gone. So, but like I said, from the scouting report from Minicap is that Watson, although he's dog shit, Shedeur Sanders is worse. That's why there's no clear-cut starter. And apparently the Browns were getting calls about trading for Shedeur. Personally, it would probably be the Cardinals or the Jets. Cardinals because of Jacoby Brissett's holdout. So they would probably have him as a backup because I think they're prepared to go ahead. I mean, if they got Jacoby Brissett holding out this long, I think they're ready to go ahead and move forward with Carson Beck, who's a rookie, who I thought the Browns was going to draft in the third round. You know, Carson Beck is a solid quarterback. You know, he's the best pro-ready quarterback. He was the best pro-ready quarterback in the draft. And the Cardinals got him, and they got that running back, that Love guy. So they might move forward with Carson Beck. If he getting all the snaps and the reps and he's looking good in preseason or whatnot, or, you know, in training camp, then you bring in Shedeur Sanders as a backup. You know, maybe he can feel better with a fresh start. He's not necessarily fitting in the system there. Because the Browns do have, like I said, they have two very good wide receivers now. And I mean, if you ain't clicking with them, it ain't the wide receivers. It ain't the wide receivers. It's you. And you ain't beating out Watson neither. That's you. And even though Watson is out there looking terrible, they're raving about at least the good pass as he do throw these guys. How they go up, fight for the ball. You know, they muscle people out of the slots. They look very pro-ready, like they've been in the league for a couple years. That's the scouting report on the receivers. And if you're failing to beat out Deshaun Watson now that you got some talent, the problem is you. But yeah, I could see the Cardinals doing it. I could also see the Jets calling the Browns, who I thought that should have drafted Shedeur last year. I thought the Jets were surely going to get him. Once the Giants passed on him, I figured he would either go to the Jets, the Raiders, or possibly Colts or Steelers, but more so Steelers than Colts. You know what I'm saying? I had no idea that the Steelers would pass him up. I thought for sure the Steelers were going to grab him as far as like the last gas team. And if not the Steelers, then really the worst, well, not the worst, but the lowest first round pick team that was down there that I figured that would grab him, like just as, you know, projected first round pick, would have been the Saints. It would have been the Saints, but it wasn't the Saints. I mean, it wound up, like I said, it wound up being Cleveland. Yeah, but I think probably the Jets, probably trade him to the Jets because of you don't really know what's going to happen with this situation with Geno Smith, with him getting into it where his baby mama picked a fight with him and the police was called and everything. You know, she being a typical Keisha. And the NFL is kind of funny with stuff like that. You know, you never know which way they're going to land with the punishment. So if they issue it or whatnot, so I would go ahead and trade for Sanders as a just in case. You say Jets would have ruined him just like Cleveland. Yeah, I know. But, you know, I mean, those are the only two quarterback hungry teams I could see that would be calling to make a trade for him as a possible, you know, security blanket. Cardinals and Jets. Apparently what they were offering was a 6th round pick and something else, but it was definitely a 6th round pick. That's what they were offering Cleveland. Rumored to have offered. Personally, I'd take it. But in all honesty, I'm sorry, I know I keep saying that. I think that Brandon Sorsby dude that was supposed to be in the supplemental draft, I think the Browns were probably trying to look to get him with a 4th round pick because of his gambling issues. A lot of teams were not going to take him high. So the Browns were looking to get him with a 4th round pick. And I think that because they canceled the supplemental draft just to keep him out, because they want to see what he does for the year. They want to make sure he's dry. You say they didn't take because they know he's not that bad. No, that's what I'm saying. The Browns were going to make a play for Sorsby because that's all Cleveland media was talking about when the supplemental draft was coming up. Sorsby is that badass quarterback who, in all honesty, he was right up there in the top 5 with Mendoza, but he wound up getting caught up in the gambling scandal, so he was suspended. You know, he didn't play this year, but before then, like, he was one of the top prospects, right up there with Mendoza with Mendoza. They was like 1A, 1B, like Manning and not Rivers. Yeah, like Manning and Rivers. You know, way back Eli and Phillip, and of course Manning and Leaf. They was right up there like that. But like I said, he got caught gambling. He got suspended. He wasn't eligible for the NFL draft, but he was eligible for the NFL supplemental draft. And so Cleveland media was talking about taking him because he's good, but they was like, well, what do you do with him? You don't start him this year. Like, oh no, you don't start him this year. You know, you kind of, because they saying that he might get suspended by the NFL for the college gambling, you know. So that's why they felt they could get him in the 4th round. Nobody going to spend anything higher than a 4th on a guy that's not going to be around, that's not going to be able to do your team any good really until next year. And that's what the Browns were saying. Like, if we can, well, this is what Cleveland media was saying. Browns get him in the 4th. You set him for a year, set him behind. You know, hopefully he never has to take the field. But, you know, this is why they were saying that you might want to possibly, if you don't keep Dylan Gabriel, and if you don't keep Taylon Green on the active roster, then you need to bring in a veteran, and then you have Sorsby be your 3rd string quarterback. So that way he gets a better starting quarterback in the NFL field, some type of guidance being there on the sideline. And then, of course, next year, have him, whoever you draft. So I really do think the Browns are going after Dante Moore. You know, I think they're going after Dante Moore. You can have your quarterback and let him and Zorsby battle it out. And if Zorsby's just as good, but you need to start your starter, one of them is more prepared than the other, then that's the way you go. You don't really lose anything, even if Zorsby is good or not. Say people will forget about the gambling if he wins games. Exactly. If he wins games, he got to go out there and perform. So I believe this is why the Browns didn't trade Shedeur, because they were waiting on the supplemental draft. But of course, Goodell canceled it till next year. And I really do think it's because they want to monitor Sorsby to see what he does with himself when he has a year off, because he doesn't have any eligibility to go back to college. So, and once you declare, you can't go back. So, I mean, he got his NIL money. He got like $6 million in NIL money. And they asked the team, the college, that they want any of the money back, but they trying to claw back restitution, because of the gambling. And it was like, no, it's his. He can keep it. They washed their hands of it. They want nothing to do with it. Which tells me that somebody upstairs, probably the dean, was getting his kickbacks on it. So it's best not to, best not to dig your own shovel. Dig your own grave with your own shovel. Excuse me. I'm tired. Best not to dig your own grave with your own shovel. So they left it alone. So financially, he's fine. But career-wise, that's his situation. So looking at next year, you're looking at Moore, Manning, Sorsby, and some other dude. It's really like about 5 or 6 dudes. But it's another guy. He's really good too. But I think the Browns are going to go after Moore, but they're going to fight with the Cardinals. Shit. You're looking at the Browns fighting with the Cardinals and possibly the Jets for a first and second round pick, or first and second pick on quarterback. And if you can maneuver your way up with your draft picks up to at least the second pick of the draft, hopefully it's because the person that has the number 1 pick, who very rarely trades their number 1 pick, they already tipped their hand as to who they want. And for me, I hope if it's the Jets or the Cardinals, it'll probably be more so the Cardinals than the Jets, because they don't have a quarterback. More than likely, they'll probably pick Manning because of the name. They already got Fitzgerald. Manning is the consensus favorite because of, pedigree. But more than likely, like I said, if I was the Browns, I would go after Moore. I'd go after the brother because he's more mobile. He's more mobile than Manning. Manning is a pocket quarterback. In today's NFL, you need a Lamar Jackson type. You got to be able to run well with the ball, throw on the run, and be able to pass from the pocket. You got to be an all-around good quarterback. Moore is an all-around good quarterback. From what I see, Sorsby's pretty good too. I've seen his tape, but tape is your best players. You say Manning can't play. I know. Like last year during the opening, remember how terrible he was? Like he lost 10-7 to Ohio State, and he just looked terrible. He couldn't hit nothing. He couldn't hit the broadside of 2 barns that they were stitched together. It was like weeks and weeks and weeks of him just terrible football play. And it wasn't until maybe after week 6, he finally clicked for him. Because I believe they finished 6-5 or something like that. Yeah, they finished 6-5. But that's when he woke up and he started playing good football. Well, decent football. So, I don't need a slow starter like that. Give me more. Like I said, give me more. Give me the mobile guy. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Yeah, give me the mobile guy. That dude's got a cannon of an arm. Cannon of an arm. You can have Manning. You can have Sorsby. I want more. I want more. Yeah, but go ahead. Just trade Shador. Get him out of Cleveland. You know, let his fan base go be ridiculous somewhere else. Damn, I want to hate on my team in peace and not be called a racist because I don't like the lack of talent of Shador Sanders. Like, are you kidding me? You're a racist. How? You're a hater. It's like, because I don't like mediocrity, below mediocrity. He said they're not going to trade him. That's the sad part, because they should. But I do believe they will, though. I'm just guesstimating, but once they start talking like that in the media, your good is gone. I believe they will trade him. Because, like I said, they're talking about the media. That's a big story. I think he's gone. Because what it is, it's like Tim Tebow. Sure, you won some games in exciting fashion or whatnot, but your style of play is not beneficial to winning. So your fan base refuses to believe that. So you're getting bombarded with these people because they're fanatical about their belief system towards this football player, which statistically it proves that I'm right. It's like Jesus Christ. He's flopping around in the water out there because he can barely swim. At any rate, no head coach worth his salt is going to have his backup quarterback be a distraction, be a media distraction. Why aren't you playing them? Blase, blase, blase. No head coach worth his salt is going to put up with that. And I think Todd Monken is smart enough to know that, yeah, he's going to roll into the season with Deshaun Watson. And, you know, he's going to catch a lot of grief from that. And then the kid's going to come in. And, I mean, again, he couldn't even beat out Deshaun Watson in training camp. You're going to go in and it's going to look worse. And then I'm trying Dylan Gabriel, who, you know, is really not tall enough. Not tall enough, arms not strong enough, have problems seeing over the pocket. And Taylor Green is not going to be there. So, like I said, you got to bring in an experienced rookie if you trade him. And you got to have your eye on somebody. But I think that'll work. You say at least T.O. had a squad to play with. Sanders had a tight end. And that's it. What are you talking about? Quinshon Judkins was a beast. Just like he couldn't beat out Gabriel. I mean, he didn't. Gabriel threw 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions in the same amount of games as Sanders played. Who threw 3 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. I mean, statistically, Gabriel was the better quarterback. The problem was that Gabriel, I'm not going to say he shouldn't have never been drafted because, you know, that's the way I feel, but I'm trying to be nice here. He got hurt. Dylan Gabriel suffered a concussion in the Ravens game because that's when Shador, his first NFL action, he came out against the Ravens, and the Ravens ate his ass alive. I mean, the game was already over, but they was pass rushing him like it was the final drive of the Super Bowl on every single play, and he was just terrible. But when you was watching the tape, as the announcers were showing, well, if you see this blitz coming, why didn't he throw it here? Why didn't he throw it there? And then they show the, the tape with the diagrams and all that stuff, and they roll it. Like, yeah, like he should have released it here. Like, well, I guess those things would come with time, and they never came with time. A concussion for the rest of the year? No, I mean, I think the Browns, once they traded Joe Flacco, I think the Browns knew what they were doing. I figured they was probably going to wind up giving Dillon Gabriel 7 games anyway. It's just that in his last game, he wound up getting a concussion, so Sanders had to come in and get his feet wet early. But I think he was going to do 7, and then they were going to switch, and then let Sanders finish out the season. I really do think that was their plan, and then they were going to work it out, in the offseason as far as who's going to be the backup second stringer, who's the third going into camp, and then watch them battle it out. That's what I really thought that they were thinking that their plan was. Because, I mean, they never really necessarily broke their neck to bring in another quarterback. At least not one that would compete with Sanders. And there's a lot of quarterbacks out there that can compete with him. So I just thought it was weird. But yeah, Gabriel put up his stats in 7 games. Shedeur put up his stats in 7 games. And in all honesty, Dillon Gabriel had it. But, that's not how you want a Stefanski offense to be. Sorry, I was just zoning out. I'm tired. All right, let's get out of here. No, I mean, I don't hate the kid. I just wish him Godspeed. Take your fan club to another franchise so we can talk about our team in peace without, being accused of being a racist or a hater. If that was the case, Dillon Gabriel would have came back to play immediately. Well, that's what I was saying. They gave Dillon Gabriel 7 games. They gave Shedeur 7 games. Like, once you threw Shedeur in, you knew he was going to start next week. You might as well let him start the rest of the season and see what you got. See what you got. I mean, in all honesty, at best effort, you'll tank. You'll get a high draft pick, which they did, and they hit it out the park. They hit it out the park. Traded Myles Garrett, got a first-round pick out of that. You hit it out the park. You got a wide receiver, a left tackle that should start for 10 years, because you definitely need a left tackle. You definitely need it. You needed to rebuild your offensive line, and you needed to rebuild your wide receiver core. You're able to do both. You got 2 wide receivers. You got you got a safety. You finally got what looks to be a promising starting safety, because the Browns have been trying to fill that free safety slot for the longest. You got Grant Delpit over at strong safety, and that dude's a beast. He's like Troy Polamalu out there. But your weakness was always free safety. Like, for the past 10 years, free safety has just been garbage. But you wound up getting a guy in the 2nd round who was like a late 1st round, early 2nd round talent. So they got him at the right spot. The dude can play. He a baller. And he a hitter. He a hitter. So you got your 2 wide receivers. You got your free safety. You got your offensive line men. Because you got left tackle, a center. I think you got a couple of guards and a right tackle. And all of them graded out pretty well. And you got them early, too. Yeah, you made some free agent acquisitions. People are looking up. You don't hear anything bad about the offensive line. Of course, Quinshon Judkins, he's doing all right. They did a feature on Jared Verse on the defensive line. And there's like, well, I mean, the truth is Jared Verse, as opposed to Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett can get to the quarterback, if he really wanted to. But I think half the time he just be kind of BSing. But if it's desperately needed, a big sack, he'll come through with one. You know, that's when he'll stop dicking around, and then he just dip that shoulder on you. And before you finish, as soon as you hit your 3-step drop, he's slamming into your shoulder pads and swiping at your arm. Yeah, Jared Verse doesn't give them that, but at least he does give them a run stuffing ability. So the Browns are going to have to get creative with blitzes, which is why you have your linebackers, and our Browns linebackers are pretty good. You're going to have to work on your blitz packages. Luckily, you got 2 corners, a free safety, and a strong safety that can help in coverage. Yeah, I haven't heard any complaints about anything. The only complaint that I've been hearing about is at quarterback. So everything else appears to be solid and ready to go. That's what I got. All right, y'all. I'll catch y'all later. Peace.
No, gentlemen, Mr. Butler's been up north, I hear. Don't you agree with us, Mr. Butler?
I think it's hard winning a war with words, gentlemen.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean, Mr. Hamilton, there's not a cannon factory in the whole South.
What difference does that make, sir, to a gentleman?
I'm afraid it's going to make a great deal of difference to a great many gentlemen, sir.
Are you hinting, Mr. Butler, that the Yankees can lick us?
No, I'm not hinting. I'm saying very plainly that the Yankees are better equipped than we. They've got factories, shipyards, coal mines, and a fleet to bottle up our harbors and starve us to death. All we've got is cotton and slaves and arrogance.
That's treachery!
A problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
All right, bye. Thanks for the fun.
Get the fuck out!